than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome.
can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. A warm welcome to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Today's episode at Healing Our Earth, I, Amrita Sharma, welcome you all to discuss and talk about another new topic which is important for our lives on World Kidney Day. Before that, I'd like to wish all the mothers on the earth Happy Mother's Day as well. Their sacrifices, their love, their affection has built this earth, the nature, and we. And therefore, we must thank all the mothers who have been so loving, so caring, who has given one small part of their life for us and will always stay the best mothers on the earth. On the verge of that, today's episode of Healthy Life is devoted on World Kidney Day, which will be on 14th of March. And therefore, a vibrant disease which is next to cancer is related with the chronic kidney disease, which is called as CKD. And today we'll be having more discussions on that. But before that, let's have the Gayatri Mantra and pray and start this episode. You may hold any affirmation of your choice. Join your hands together and let's chant the Gayatri Mantra 3 times. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Kidney is one of the vital organs of the body, and most of the time, people don't realize how important it is. Its basic function is to produce urine and remove the toxins of the body. But most of the time, we don't know how these vital organs are interrelated. Any issues related with kidney can affect your heart and also other organs. So, liver, kidney, and heart are interconnected because the metabolism of the body much more depends on these organs. Caring for our organs is very important, and that's why today's episode is devoted on the World Kidney Day, where we'll be having panel of experts, some kidney donors, as well as recipients who will be sharing their lives and the histories, how they have overcome the problems and what all they faced. And for this, in today's episode, we are collaborating with SAHA organization, the South Asian Health Action, and Rotary Organ Donation International and India. And for that, today I'd like to also welcome my co-host, Kirit Mistry. Kirit Mistry is the founder and lead for the Health Inequalities, President and Rotary Club of Organ Donation 2324. He's the Director of Health Portfolio for Hindu Council UK and have worked for over 30 years in health promotion, maintaining mainly helping for drug addiction, mental health disorders, diabetes, organ transplant, blood donation, living kidney awareness, and stem cell donation and cancer as well. Apart from that, he's a very vibrant and lively person by himself. So let's welcome Kirit Mistry from Midlands. Very good afternoon and global namaste to you.
Namaste ji, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. And it's a new episode that we are having today on World Kidney Day. And people don't know much about kidneys. They only come to know when something really serious happens, and sometimes it becomes too late for people to realize how much they have lost in their life and they have decreased the years of their life. So let's begin with that. And what have you to say? And then we move to our panel of guests. Over to you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you. So this year's theme of World Kidney Day is really about looking at the health inequalities that exist within kidney disease around the world. And you know, in the UK, people who are needing a kidney transplant, particularly from South Asian backgrounds and other minority backgrounds, will wait on average between 3 to 7 years or even longer to find that vital match. Either the living kidney donor is somebody within their family who could come forward, but because of their own health conditions, sadly are unable to. So the next course of action is they have to wait for somebody to die, and that deceased donation is where our communities don't donate in greater numbers. So hence the waiting time is a lot longer. So today's program is really timely to try and look at what's going around the world in USA, in India, and obviously UK. And we've got some excellent colleagues and friends who are going to be talking about their journeys. We're going to hear from recipients, donors, and we're going to hear from physicians and clinical leads. So, and that's all I'm going to say now. And our first contributor, I'll let you introduce him, Amrita, because I know Anilji quite well.
Thank you, Kirit. Yes, this kind of health inequalities are the part of society, and it's very important to raise awareness on all these things. And that is why we have with us Anil Srivastava, and he's from India, and he is a kidney recipient, and he's also working on with gift of living adventure, if I'm right. So let's hear from him, Kirit. What has he to say? How has his experiences been kidney recipient, and what all things he has faced in his life? What has brought him?
Amrita ji, Anil is actually a kidney donor. He was a living kidney donor to his brother.
Okay.
So,
all right.
And he set up this. He was the instrumental when we set up the Rotary Club of Organ Donation 2 years ago,
okay.
And that's I was being fortunate to meet Anilji throughout his journey, and I'm not going to say anymore. I'm going to let him tell you about his personal journey, but also why kidney disease and organ donation is important to him.
Yes. Global Namaste. Anil, we have Neil Kumar, our founder and director as well. Neil, your comments before we move to Anil. Over to you. Thank you.
Landscape. So we are all ready. Anil, over to you and welcome to Healing Our Earth. Anil, you
kindly unmute yourself.
Anil, you need to unmute yourself. That's it. Over.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me over on your special evening today, and it's special for me every day. It's part of my life. And yeah, thank you, Kirit, for correcting that. I'm a donor, not a recipient. And I do run an institution called Gift of Life Adventure Foundation. So now that we have the facts correct, so let's go to the program. My experience as a living organ donor. Without knowing much of who the participants are in this meeting, I'm just going to assume that we're all human beings, and I'm going to talk to that. It's a scary proposition when you think about it in isolation of how you feel for the person you're asked to donate for. And that is usually the emotion that is met with almost everybody. and that's fear. Fear for your own self. And at this point of that fear, you wonder if you love yourself more or the person who's asking for that one piece of your body part. And it's a time of reckoning. When I was faced with this decision to make, it was a simple question. You say you love your brother. How much do you love him? Do you love him enough to give him a piece of you? Or do you love him enough just to not give a piece of you because you'll love yourself more? And it's a classical dilemma between the head and the heart. And this is where most people falter, and I almost did. But when I saw my brother in a state of almost dysfunction as a result of prolonged CKD, it was not just the love for him that made me change my mind, but also a very simple act of humanity and being humane to someone who grew up with you. Seeing all those tubes and pipes on his wrist and his neck was not exactly the prettiest sight from a sibling perspective and sibling love for that matter. And it was the thought of having that happen for years together, where most patients on dialysis end up in. I couldn't see my brother live that life. So love was all good, but that humanity, for not letting a human being suffer while you had the power to stop it, combined made me take a decision to give my kidney to my brother. And I guess I speak for most people who did give their kidneys or livers and living. So the experience of having to make that decision was this. And then comes the time of the experience of your life after you did it. After was an unknown for a lot of people who make that decision. And once you've been there, you almost feel like, oh, why was I so scared of this? What was so difficult about this that I had to contemplate so much? Because you're always after the fact. Now, I wasn't the first guy to give a kidney to his sibling or another human being, nor am I the last. I was just one more guy. But when I found that my life was as simple and, in fact, way better than it used to be, I was healthier, I felt better, I thought to myself, what is the fuss all about? And I set out to answer questions on this subject, which was being asked by others who were in similar positions as me to make that decision. Or to generally go out there and speak about being a kidney donor. For one never knows who is going to be put in that situation. And when they are, they should have enough knowledge about this to make a quick decision to save that life within their families or in their communities. And that's how my goal to reach out to 1 million donors, potential donors, started. So my life actually changed. Unlike those who've donated before and after me, they did the job, went on with their lives, and continued to live the best life they could for themselves, and watch that happen with the person that they donated their organ to, living their best life. So my post-donation life was a little different. I began to show the world that living on one kidney is normal or even extraordinary. I began to do things that I had otherwise only dreamt of, not as a bucket list item, but as a matter of choice, and expanded the horizons of my life's choices. I scaled mountains. I drove around the world taking the word of organ donation to the people I thought it might help. And as a result, gave up my friends, gave up the life I've known, uh, lived a life isolated from most people that I could extend a relationship with. I started making friends at the spur of the moment, but only for a moment. So all of this was a different kind of lifestyle choice that I wasn't used to living. So it gave me a sense of, well, accomplishment, but it also gave me a sense of isolation, which actually I'm speaking out about for the first time, which I don't think anybody has to do. They can just wallow in the knowledge of having saved somebody and live and spend more time with their families. But essentially, for a donor, it's as simple as that. I don't think one needs to even blink an eyelid. If they were jumping hoops or through hoops before they gave a kidney or a liver, they could continue doing just that after. And life is back to normal. You eat the same things that you did before. You did the same things. Life is like it never happened. I don't know how much more to speak about being a living donor, other than go do it and don't think about it. So if you have any questions, happy to answer it.
Great. Thank you, Anilji. As a result of being the donor for your brother, how is your brother doing? And also, I know you've obviously you've been instrumental of this Rotary Club for Organ Donation, but also you're traveling around the world in your 4x4 raising awareness. So just let our viewers know more about the journey you've taken on that road, really, to raise awareness and get more than 1 million donors to kind of get the message out, because this is where I think our viewers could get more inspiration from as well. Amrita, is there anything else you wanted to kind of chip in?
Yeah, definitely. Let your question finish up and then I'll move over. Yes, Anilji.
Well, the natural progression to what I've said so far in the question that Kirat asked is, why am I driving and what's that life like? It's no different than a life that a taxi driver in England experiences, except my locations keep changing. He has a mission, or she has a mission, to take you from one place to the other, something that they're so familiar with. And for me, it's essentially the same. My drive around the world is not really enriching me with the tourist attractions that most people, associate this with. It's just a means to get from one lecture to another, and on the way, whatever I get to see, which is quite a lot actually. And this helped me learn about what people think and about the nuances of every country's laws, that enabled me to understand very globally what people would go through, because it's not just the intent to donate, it's also the laws that govern that decision that comes from the country you live in, and the socio-economic pressures that every individual faces based on the station of life they live in. And so it enriched me from that perspective, where I learned more, so I was able to give back more in my subsequent speeches. So I got better at talking, and that's really what I got out of it. But it gave me a wider canvas to take my word. I mean, could I have got 1 million potential donors in my city where I live, which is Bangalore? Absolutely. But the thing about human cognitive behavior is, had I just stayed here and continued doing it, it would have gone to the blind spot of people's attention. But because I was like a rolling rock that gathered no moss, people welcomed me. They took my life and my word seriously. In fact, just this morning, I got the opportunity to address 2,400 runners at 6 in the morning, also celebrating the day you are celebrating today, World Kidney Day, in advance, and was able to tell them about the things they had to look forward to with neglect of their health, and specifically kidneys, but also gave them was able to tell them how they could prevent such a thing from happening by small lifestyle changes. So really, my driving is just a means to the end and nothing more than that.
Yes, that's really very inspiring and exemplary as well. And before we move to Dr. Sunil, I have a question for you, Anil. Um, so, how many years have passed ever since you have donated the kidney?
It'll be 10 in September this year.
Hmm. And is there any like, because we have from this Zoom meeting we are live through various partner channels in different parts of the globe, and people must be very curious to know, is there any specific lifestyle you follow? Is any specific diet you follow? Is there anything? Do you practice yoga? Is that normal? So over to you.
Well, like I said, I never did. I live a life that I didn't do before. And I was always a fitness freak. It was not yoga. It's something I haven't brought myself to doing yet. But my brother, on the other hand, is an extremely passionate and dedicated yoga practitioner who happens to also be a neurosurgeon, does so unwaveringly every day, or at least 4 times a week. With me, it's always been the gym, running, hiking, just being an outdoorsy guy. So it's no different for me now.
Any specific diet that you follow?
No, nothing. See, like I said, it was
Normal.
what was before is now. I mean, I'm an athlete now that is competing at the World Transplant Games for my country, which is I have 2 countries because of my passport, but I'm obviously made a choice of being representing India, and I just train to be the best athlete I can be, and yeah, so
Wow.
that keeps me fit. And
Life has a purpose, and that purpose runs through marathons here and there, which is marvelous. We also have Neil Kumar and Kirit. So, Kirit, your questions, and Neil Kumar, over to you first.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Amrita. Thank you, Anil. What an inspiring story. And I think people are just asking how they can connect you. So I would like to share to the people that if you like to connect to Anil and his journey, Bangalore to Scotland and Norway, and I was just reading up about it. It's wonderful. You can visit his website, giftoflifeadventure.com,
but
where
I'd like to just interrupt. The best way to get to me is my social media handle,
yes,
Gift of Life Adventure, on Instagram and Facebook or YouTube, and I personally answer my messages there. So my website could have been a lot better, so no point taking anyone there. That's the most embarrassing part of everything I do. I need to spruce that up before I tell people to go there. But yeah, the social media handles are the best.
Anil, it is still good enough because it tells people about you. I learned something different, and I'm sure from there.
It's outdated. That's the problem. So you've only talked to me. You found out what I did something in 2016. We're at 2024 now, and there's no
Yes.
update on it at all.
And what social media handle is very active that people can tap into?
Gift of Life Adventure. Gift of Life Adventure is across the board.
So wherever you are, you can search Gift of Life Adventure, and you'll be connected to a social media. Let's move to our Sunil Daga, who is also a Saha honorary advisor and an expert as well. Global Namaste, Sunil, welcome, and your comment and your question to Anil.
Thank you so much, Anilji, and all the organizer. Anil, always inspiring. I think we met when you visited Leicester a while ago.
Yeah, it's been a while, yeah.
Yes, so, and you are one of those few men who have donated a kidney. I'm just going to tell you a statistics, and I would like your reflection on it. So in India, 78% of living donors are women, and only 19% of receiver are a woman. It's a big difference. So you could see that you're one of the few a man who has actually very generously donated a kidney. What's your message to all the men out there who should be coming forward? Because if you look at the sex inequality it is always the women being given in India. 80% of the kidneys as a living donor are from women. What's your message to the men out there?
Well, I wouldn't call it a men and women thing. I don't know if that statistics is entirely correct.
Well, that's
On the
the
face of
official
it,
It is.
statistics. Yeah.
no. On the
It
face
is.
of it, well, let me explain that because there seems to be a little confusion on this.
Right.
When it comes to donating to men, 78% donate to men, but there's less than 20% that donate to women. And that's what we're talking about is what you're referring to is women donate to men, but men don't donate to women. In my case, I donate to another man, my brother. Okay, so that's how you need to see those statistics because they're not absolute. They're to do with gender, giving the other gender. So yes, you're right. In India, that statement actually, it's true but embarrassing worldwide, not just in India, by the way.
Absolutely.
And it's women's lives don't matter is the statement that comes out because men will give up property, they will sell whatever assets they have to get enough money to be able to pay for their transplants, but they won't do the same for the women in their family because they don't believe their lives are as important to sell family property for that matter. So there's that issue. Through our Rotary Club, we have been able to address that in a small way by making another statement with our recently approved global grant that Rotary has sanctioned for the first time ever in their history of 119 years. They have actually sanctioned a grant to fund transplants for women and children who live below the poverty line. And it's called the Lift Up Project. And that approval has only been 10 days since it's been given. So it's quite new and we're very excited about it to a point that this is now paving the way for others to do the same project called Lift Up. So what we're doing now is Lift Up Bangalore. I'd love to see Lift Up Leicester or Lift Up South Hall or Lift Up Uruguay or Lift Up Canada, Nigeria, wherever else, to be able to tell women and children in those countries that your lives do matter. But overall, if you look at the South Asian statistics, it's very apparent in the UK side of things that is basically a symptom or it's a problem worldwide, but it's more amplified there as an example that 30% of everyone waiting for an organ in the UK are South Asians or Asians, as you call them there. While in the donor pool, it's about 2%. So it's quite clear that Indians are willing to receive and definitely less willing to give. And that's really what we need to address and change. While the gender statistic.
You're muted. Yes, please.
Hang on, I got to cut this call if you can hear me.
Yes,
I'm sorry, can you hear
that
me?
was, yes.
When you're on the phone, it just cuts this off and disrupts this whole meeting. So I apologize for that. So yeah, that's really my response to you, if that satisfies that question.
No, thank you, Anil. We are all trying to do various work and support that decision making. But as you said, it's worldwide. But cultural issues and various things do come in way when it's women who's waiting. And yeah, hopefully we can continue with the conversation and work to improve that imbalance. It'll be good if both are equally treated similarly, as you said, irrespective of that status or culture or faith or whatever that be, nationality. So that's what really exciting that Rotary Club is willing to get that gap filled. That'll be really useful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any final
Thank you, Dr.
messages?
Sunil.
Yeah, thank you. Any final messages, Anil, that you'd like to share before we have our next guest speaker?
Nothing for everyone who's listening and has had the good fortune of not having a run-in with kidney failure. The best way to not have that happen is to keep your kidneys healthy. So try and be a little more cognizant of the fact that your kidneys are very sensitive to our lifestyle and the things that are available that you put into your bodies today. So the best way of preventing organ failure is to not need it. So please take care of your organs. Do it now before it's too late, because when it's too late, you have very limited choices.
Thank you. Great message.
Good.
Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you, Anil. Please stay around. We may have more points from you as well. Let's welcome Kirit Himali Ajmera from India, Ahmedabad. Global namaste to you, Himali. Himali, you're a kidney recipient, and as far as I know, you are a nutritionist. You have been working in athletic side, and you were diagnosed with the kidney disease, and then you have received the kidney. So, how had been your journey all that through? And also, I would like to know, that peak that comes, and then the downfall that comes. So, that point, how have you managed in life? Over to you.
Yes, good evening, everyone. And I just want to say that I'm a very grateful kidney recipient, not just a kidney recipient, very grateful one. And before I delve into the intricacies of my transplantation journey, there are two sentiments I would like to express. First, I'm very grateful to my sisters whose selfless decision to donate her kidney to me has afforded me a second chance at life. And secondly, I'm really grateful to the higher powers for giving me the insight and the strength to turn my adversity into an opportunity to help others and do my bit for organ donation awareness. And this has infused my life with a sense of purpose, for which I shall always remain thankful. Now, my journey with CKD started in June 2019, when I was visiting my parents in the city of Mumbai. And as soon as I arrived, after a day or two, I started getting those classic symptoms, like I was having some swelling, I was having panic attacks, I was overwhelmed with anxiety, I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat, all those kind of things. And I didn't know why this was happening. I just felt that I was stressed. That's why these things are happening. So I called my family doctor from Mumbai to Ahmedabad, and he told me, just get an ECG done. Probably there's some problem. Let's get an ECG done. So I got an ECG done. It came out normal. So he just advised me to take some anti-anxiety medication. He said, you should be okay. I took them for 2 days, but still it just got worse, not better. So he told me, did you measure your blood pressure lately? Now, I had developed hypertension during my third pregnancy. So I was managing it with medications, and I had never had any problems. So that thought never crossed my mind that all this was happening because of high blood pressure. So anyway, I measured my blood pressure at home, and it was skyrocketing. It was like just unbelievable. So I immediately rushed to the emergency department of the nearest hospital, and the doctor examined me, and he said, you need to get admitted right now in the ICU because your blood pressure is really high and we need to get it down immediately. Otherwise, you can have, it can prove to be fatal. So I was immediately admitted into the ICU, and the treatment started. And then they started doing a battery of tests to find out what caused this sudden rise in the blood pressure. And it was during these tests that I was diagnosed with stage 3 chronic kidney disease. And that's how this diagnosis came about. Now, I won't say that this was all of a sudden, because the red flags had started appearing a few years back. And they appeared in forms of, sudden bouts of illness, tiredness, fatigue, cramps in my legs, lower back pain. But I kept attributing, as is very common with women, because I think sometimes we are so bothered about being concerned for our family and our children and everybody around us that we tend to neglect our own health. So I just kept pushing this away from my mind, thinking, oh, I'm just overworked, I'm stressed, and, things like that. Just keep irrationalizing, I would say, because it's not a rationalizing. And I just ignored them, these red flags completely. But in 2018, December, I had low-grade fever for almost a month at night. I used to develop low-grade fevers in the night. And by morning, I used to be okay, but I used to be very, very tired. So I decided to ask my family doctor why this was happening. And he asked me to do some routine tests. And when the results came out, my creatinine levels were high. So he said, go to a nephrologist and, get advice and see what can be done. So I went to a nephrologist, and she again ordered some tests. And then she said, she gave me some medication, and she said, come back after a month and we'll see what we have to do. And, if you need continuous medication or what. Once again, I started taking the medication. I felt better. I didn't go back to follow. which was really stupid of me, but that's the fact. And I think many people do that. I mean, once they start feeling better, they don't feel it is necessary to go back to the doctor, because we always believe that nothing can go wrong with us. This is this human tendency to believe that we are always going to be healthy, we're always going to live forever. The same thoughts were happening to me, and I said, now I'm feeling better. Why should I go back to the doctor and start that whole cycle again of tests and investigations? And so it was all forgotten. But then in June 2019, that's just 6 months later, I had this episode of high blood pressure, and I was diagnosed with CKD. That's how CKD came about. And then I learned to manage my disease. Like, the doctor told me about medications and diet control and exercise. And because, it is an irreversible disease, so you can only manage it or control it, you can never cure it. But I was in complete denial. I could not accept the fact that I who had always followed a very healthy lifestyle, me being a nutritionist, very particular about what I ate, how I ate, and what kind of foods I put in my body. So I was in complete denial that it can never happen to me, because I've been so careful about my health. I've been taking such good care of my health. So how can it happen to me? So initial reaction was complete denial, and then depression, because I couldn't accept that I could fall sick. So I went through my own, whole turmoils and that whole spectrum of emotions that any patient who's diagnosed with a chronic disease or a, life-threatening disease faces. So same thing happened with me. So basically, I can say my CKD journey, from CKD diagnosis to transplant, I can compartmentalize it into 4 categories. One is medical, one is legal, then financial, and last would be emotional. So these are the 4 categories I would compartmentalize my journey. So I talked about medical, and then what happened was that things just started getting from bad to worse. And I was so desperate to, like I said, I was in denial. So I was so desperate to find a cure that, people told me, oh, you should forget allopathy and all, try alternative medicines, because they, obviously everyone knew someone who had been cured by alternative therapies. Someone told me try Ayurveda, someone told me try homeopathy, someone told me try nature cure or natural therapies. So I did everything that I was told in the hope that, this disease would somehow disappear from my life. In fact, it just got worse rather than disappearing. And ultimately, I came to a stage of acceptance where I knew that this is not going to go away and I have to learn to live with it. So from denial, I came to the stage of acceptance. And then in 2021, my husband, in January 2021, he started he was diagnosed with some kind of a chest infection, but they couldn't really figure out what kind of chest infection it was and why he was having this problem. So they couldn't start any treatment. So it was a very stressful year, and that he was misdiagnosed and then undiagnosed, and it just went back and forth. It was a very stressful year for both of us. So from January until September, I was going through a lot of mental stress because of his disease, combined with my own physical problems. So the whole thing was a mess. Basically, my life had just turned upside down, a complete mess. And I think that worsened my condition because I was not very, vigilant about my health because I was so concerned about his health. So this is where I stood at the end of 2 years after being diagnosed. And then in 21 December, we went to Canada to see the children because my 3 children are studying in Canada. We hadn't seen them because of COVID for 2.5 years. And that was another thing that was causing me a lot of distress. As a mother, not being able to see my kids was very distressing. So we decided to go and pay them a visit. Unfortunately, when in India, I was taking good care and I never contacted COVID. As soon as I went to Canada, I contracted a very bad bout of COVID and I was down for almost a month. So we rushed back to India. And the first thing I did is show my nephrologist. And after the tests were conducted, we found that my creatinine levels, which were 4.1 when I left India, had jumped to 8.2 when I came back. So there was such a drastic rise in my creatinine levels. So my nephrologist said, now this looks really bad. And I started developing classic symptoms of renal failure. So he said, the first thing you need to do is get a fistula done because I think you're going to go on dialysis very, very soon. So that put a really, I was so fearful of dialysis and it really gave me such a shock. I couldn't cope up with that shock that, suddenly now from being a mobile person, now I'll have to start going for dialysis. So anyway, I got the fistula done, and on 8th of April, I was again admitted into the emergency department of the hospital with classic renal failure symptoms, breathlessness, swellings on my hands and feet, and very high blood pressure. And I started my first cycle of dialysis on 8th April 2022, and from then on, it went on twice a week until I got my transplant done in February 23. Now, this is the medical part of my journey. Now comes the legal part, which I think not many patients face. The legal part came about this way, that in May, I was not responding very well to dialysis. My body was not taking dialysis very well. So my nephrologist suggested that, you should start thinking about transplantation. Now, he explained to us about both the transplantation, cadaver transplantation and live donation. I didn't want to go for live donation because I didn't want to ask anybody in my family to become a donor, because I just thought it would create a lot of emotional conflicts or, emotional upheaval in the family. So I didn't want to go. Initially, I was not at all happy about live donation. So me and my husband decided that we should register for cadaver. And if there is a wait time of 1.5 years, 2 years, whatever, we'll wait. Until then, I'll go undergo dialysis. So we went to register for cadaver donation in the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. And they, along with other papers and documents, they asked for a domicile certificate. Now, I'm a Canadian citizen. We have lived in Canada for 16 years. We moved back to India in 2010. So I had been living in the state of Gujarat, which is the state in which the city of Ahmedabad is located, for almost 11 years. So I thought, the stipulation says, the law stipulates that if you are a resident of Gujarat for 10 years, you are eligible for domicile. So I thought, I'll easily get a domicile. I'll submit it and I'll get registered for cadaver transplant. So we applied for domicile certificate at the police commissioner's office, as the protocol says. So we did. After 3 weeks, we got a reply from them saying that they refused to give me a domicile certificate because of my Canadian citizenship. I never knew that citizenship was considered for domicile. We thought that domicile means that you are a resident of a particular city or a state. And that's what we thought. We never knew that they were going to link it with my citizenship. So the domicile certificate was refused. Because of that, I could not register in Ahmedabad, in any hospital in Ahmedabad for cadaver transplant. So we started exploring the options of registering out of Gujarat. So we contacted different hospitals in Chennai and Bangalore and Delhi and Bombay. And everywhere we contacted, all the transplant coordinators in those hospitals told us that without a domicile certificate, you cannot register for transplant. So we had hit a roadblock. We didn't know how to, overcome this problem. So my husband, being a lawyer, he started studying the organ transplantation laws of India. And surprise, surprise, he found that there is no requirement for a domicile certificate to register for cadaver transplant. So this came as a very big shock to us, that when the law says there's no requirement, why are all these people asking for a domicile certificate? And then we realized that they were all misinterpreting the law. And my husband said, now the only way out for you is to file a petition in the High Court of Gujarat. That is the only way they're going to listen, and they're going to listen to your case. So we filed a petition in the High Court of Gujarat, requesting the annulment of this requirement. And simultaneously also filed a public interest litigation, class action that is called in Western countries, and in the Supreme Court of India, saying that, when my life is at this critical juncture, when my life depends, whether on a transplant, you cannot ask for documents that is going to jeopardize my chances of survival. So we filed these two, one petition in the High Court of Gujarat and a PIL in the Supreme Court of India. And in the meantime, my health was really, really going down. So in November, when the judgment came from the High Court of Gujarat saying that they ruled in favor that this domicile certificate law should be removed, and no kidney transplant, who wants a kidney transplant patient who wants a transplant, they should be made to submit a domicile certificate just to register for cadaver transplant. So this judgment came in November, but my health had deteriorated so badly that there was no joy left in celebrating the victory that we got from this judgment. In the meantime, in September, my health had gone down so much, and my younger sister, used to accompany me for dialysis sometimes. She saw how badly I was faring, and that's when she made up her mind that she's going to become my live donor. She spoke to the nephrologist, she spoke to a lot of donors, she spoke to a lot of other people, including Anil, who we had met through common contacts. So he also encouraged her. And then by September end, she had made up her mind to donate her kidney to me. So now I knew that I was going for live donation. But this victory that came for cadaver transplant, so that was very significant, not for me per se, but it became a landmark judgment for many other patients who wanted to register for cadaver transplantation, but could not do so, especially people who had moved away from their home states. So those people who had moved away from the home state, they were not given a domicile certificate by their home state because they had moved out, and they were not granted a domicile certificate by the adopted state because they had not completed the stipulated period of time in that state. So they were in that limbo state where they couldn't get a domicile certificate, and because they couldn't get a domicile certificate, they could not register for cadaver transplant. In in end of January, we got the judgment from the Supreme Court also, court as well. And this judgment brought about three major changes. The first was the cancellation of the requirement of the domicile certificate. Second was the cancellation of the registration fees for registering for cadaver transplant. And the third was the removal of the age cap of 65 years for people who wanted to register for cadaver transplant. So these are the three landmark decisions that the Supreme Court directed the Health Ministry of India to come out with. So that was the legal part. Now coming to the financial part, that when I was not, when I knew that all my options of having a transplant in India were closed, I started exploring options outside of India. So the first thought that came to my mind was going back to Canada and doing my transplant there. But since we had come here in 2010, we had renounced our health cards. As you know, Canada also has a public health care system, just like the UK. So we had renounced the health cards, and we were told that I would have to stay there for 6 months continuously before I was granted a health card. And after that, I would be allowed to register for cadaver transplant. So it was going to be a long process, about 2 or 3 years long. And I could not afford to waste that much time because time was of essence considering my health. So Canada was out. We inquired in US, and the US said that it would cost about 400,000 US to do a live transplant there. Since my sister had already agreed to be a live donor, that was absolutely unaffordable for us. So that option was closed. Here, I would like to mention some very interesting, but they're not aware that this kind of activities are not legal. So when, it's like a drowning man clutching at a straw. So when you are looking for options, you keep asking everybody if they know something, where you could get a transplant. So there was a patient with me who was undergoing dialysis. So his wife told me that, you can get your transplant done in Singapore. I said, how can I get it done in Singapore? So she said, oh, there are many agents who you pay them a lump sum of money. They will sell you a package for about 60 to 80 lakhs. And that includes them scouting for a recipient for you. It includes your stay in the hospital. It includes the transplant surgery. It includes post-transplant care, everything. So this was the first time I heard something like this, that you can get you can pay for a package and get this whole thing done. So I was like almost sold to the idea, but then better sense prevailed. And we have a relative in Singapore. So we called him up and we said, that somebody has told us about this kind of arrangement. Does this really work? He said, don't even think about it because this is completely illegal. What this guy is trying to sell you is like purchasing an organ. And just like India, even this purchasing or selling of organ is completely illegal. It can cost you jail time. It can cost you heavy fines. So just forget about it. Don't fall for any of this trap. So we just dropped that idea. Then somebody told us that in Calcutta, city Calcutta in India, you can go there and again, same thing, you can pay the agent a lump sum of money and he can arrange for a recipient for you, donor for you, and you can get a transplant surgery done. You will have to stay there for a month and you can come back again when everything goes well. Again, the cost was something like 25 to 30 lakhs. But we knew the Indian laws that transplant purchase and, sale of organs is illegal. It can cost you jail time. It can cost you heavy fines. So we didn't want to take advantage of somebody's hopelessness or torment of selling an organ so that I could survive. So we just cancelled all those ideas and we said, no, whatever has to happen will happen. If I'm destined to die, I may die. If I'm destined to live, I'll live. But we don't want to fall for any of these useless, propositions. And let's just see where we go from here. So then we proceeded with the live transplant. Me and my sister started undergoing tests for, pre-transplant test before the surgery. Just when we thought that everything was behind us and, we are done with these problems, we faced another problem. The hospital where I was supposed to undergo my transplant, they asked for a NOC, a no objection certificate from the Canadian government. And also the Canadian government had to confirm that me and my sister were real sisters, siblings, and she was donating out of her own free will. The Canadian government refused to give such a certificate. They said, we have nothing to do whether you go undergo transplant in India or whether your sister is donating, your mother is donating, we have nothing to do with it. So we will not give any NOC of that kind. So this went on back and forth for about a month. Somehow we convinced them to just give NOC saying that, okay, we don't mind if she undergoes transplant in India. Such a NOC was given. It was accepted by the hospital. And finally, I underwent my transplant in February, on February 6, 2023. So this was my whole transplant story, which was, I don't think many people face this kind of hurdles that I did. Yes, there are medical hurdles, there are other hurdles, but unfortunately, fortunately, unfortunately, I think now in hindsight, it looks fortunate because that gave me the, the determination to fight or determination to help others who are facing the similar situation like mine.
Wow.
So
your movie,
30
your whole history is like a movie for me, and it seems as if I'm watching something and the episodes are happening. But at the end, the hero wins, and that's what the life is. And
it was a horror movie for me, though.
yeah, I like we can like thinking and imagining about from the medical ground. I can really imagine all that. But then. This has been in one way what I also perceive is you are really blessed to have resources and education on your part to run and fight all these things. There are so many millions who don't even know what's happening and what the government, what the doctor guides in the hospital or what an agent guides somewhere, because at that time of stress, when you are not able to make any decisions and the doctors just put a one word on you, the patient's life is less, so save it or lose it. At that time, it's really a really big issue for an individual of the family members, and the ones who have been taking care and loving and thinking about all that becomes really very hard. And so I want to ask you, from all these things, what message do you have to give for the people? What is right? What can be done best for other people who don't have resources?
I know it's what you said is truly very true, that I'm very blessed to have that kind of resources, to have that kind of families and friends support, because of which I was able to navigate all these problems and get out of it successfully. The main problem I think which most people in India face are the financial resources. This disease is a very expensive disease. When it comes to medication, the test, the transplant surgery itself is not cheap. So, and of course the post-transplant follow-up, which can last for a lifetime. So all this combined, it is very difficult. And then when you're faced with these kind of documentation problems, and the hospitals make you go either they go and get this and go and get that and submit this and submit that, it is not easy for people to understand and produce these kind of things. So the message I would give is that try to, when you are facing with these kind of problems, try to find people who can actually help you, some kind of support group or some kind of organization which can help you. To that end, my husband and I have started a portal, web portal, called oneindia1law.org, where we are fighting for equal rights for all kidney patients, not just kidney patients, but organ failure patients, where they can get free advice and counseling from us. We offer free services if they are into any kind of legal or any kind of problems they are facing with hospitals with regard to documentation, with regard to other roadblocks. We offer them free services so they can come to us. We can share our experiences. We can tell them where to go, how to go, who to approach. So these are the things that I think I have learned from my experience and which I want to give back to people through this portal. I have also compiled a guide through my Rotary Club of Organ Donation, which is titled as Rotarian's Guide to Organ Donation. So it provides basic organ donation information to lay people, so they know what is organ donation and how to donate your organs. So it covers a multitude of topics. so that people become more aware about organ donation and how you can go about doing it. Because we have heard about the organ donation, we don't know simple things like where you can register for organ donation. We don't know simple things like, even if you're like, especially in India, then even if you have a will and you say you want to donate an organ, you are not, you cannot donate that organ unless your family gives consent to donate your organs post your death. So these are small things that people don't know about. So all these things have been covered in the chat, in the guide. And I'm also helping our Interact Club. Interact Club is a club of students that we mentor through our Rotary Club. So they have developed an interactive chatbot. So I'm assisting them in designing and preparing question bank for this interactive chatbot, which gives all information about organ donation. And this will be officially launched on 14th of March, which is the World Kidney Day.
That's wonderful. I think this kind of initiatives are very, very important. And I think this kind of messages should go on the masses, because there are two aspects what you have linked it with, Kirit, what I can also see with them. So another aspect which is there is about the women, the women aspect.
Yes.
You, during pregnancy, you developed hypertension, actually. So these kind of things, and a wonderful website you have made that talks about all these things, and that concept of, so during pregnancy you developed hypertension, which so many female might not be aware about. They're taking the medication, but nobody has time. She herself doesn't have time, because our last episode was specifically dedicated on Women's Day, and we had International Women's Day as well last week, and all these things. And when I wish today Happy Mother's Day, but then their sacrifices are too much. And when it comes to all these things, how many sacrifices they have done and what all things happen, these episodes in our life gives us a big lesson, and they're quite horrifying when you have to face these realities with those dear mothers and people who have been working so much, and suddenly your life comes to a full stop. Is it really a full stop, or should I add, let's go again? So these 3 dots again has to be pulled, but it becomes really hard to pull those dots, actually. And so in those cases, it becomes really tough. Kirit, what have you to say about Himani? And we also have Dr. Sunil. We'll move to Dr. Sunil as well, and Dr. Rajiv
I think
as well.
Just to say that, you're right about the resources, but it's not just the resources, it's the passion and the drive to make changes. And this law change, what you, Himali Ben and Prashant Bhai have done is now paving the way for others to have that hope, to have those barriers removed, and it's great to see the support you're doing. So well done, and you're offering that free support. So, and we can learn from some of the work that, obviously, we're fortunate in the UK. The laws are very, very kind of clear, but in terms of our challenge is to get more donors and coming forward from our communities. That's the challenge we have. Sorry, I'll let Rajiv and Dr. Sunil come in. Dr. Rajiv and
yeah, Dr. Rajiv, please.
Yes. Yeah, so this was a fascinating story as a patient, as an individual, as a social contributor. And so hats off. My main question is, which Amrita was alluding to, your kidney disease was missed in its early stages.
Yeah.
You were detected only when you became symptomatic, which means it was already late by definition, because kidney disease, for 90% of its course, remains asymptomatic, and it's not picked up early on. You had major risk factor for future kidney disease, i.e. pregnancy-induced hypertension, which is now recognized as a risk factor for future onset of kidney disease. I don't know if you had a family history of kidney disease or not.
No idea. No idea.
Yeah. So I mean, it's this sort of thing, happening to an educated and otherwise aware person, you're a nutritionist, speaks volumes about the state of health and healthcare in our nations, even developed nations where we reside. And it's also going on in the USA. There are pockets of very poor detection. There are pockets where you had all the favorable social determinants of health, I may add, despite which you had a delayed diagnosis. And by the time you realized it, you may have been in stage 4, not stage 3. and you weren't
Okay.
told as such. You know,
I
who
know it was
knows?
stage
Knows.
3B. It was stage 3B when
Stage
I was
3.
born.
Yeah, you see, these formulae are not as accurate, and sometimes it requires a nuanced understanding of these stages and predicting what your real kidney function is, rather than just the formula. And for
Right.
women, because on average women are smaller in body size, their kidney function might be overestimated by the doctors, because the formula corrects your values to 1.73 meters squared. And if you're smaller than that, your kidney function is actually less than what is being told to you. This is often not realized again. And but anyway, early detection, I guess the message is, you know, of course, once you reach that stage, everything has to be done to get a transplant. I'm glad you were not on dialysis for very long. I don't know
No.
your history, obviously, but
10
you
months.
were,
10 months, yeah.
yeah. So even that's a lot, because dialysis takes its toll on the body functions. But my message after hearing you especially now is even more focused on upstream detection, early detection, and follow-up and tracking. That's the main comment and question I had in mind.
Yeah,
Thank
because
you.
yes, Dr. Sunil, we have let's have your question, and then I put forward questions for all three of you. Yes, please.
Well, I share what Rajiv ji just said. It's across the board, and hopefully I'll share some of the state of the situation in UK, Rajiv ji. But in terms of getting screening, I don't think anywhere in the world anybody offers screening program. And as Rajiv ji said, you need to have a symptom. 90% of the kidney will be lost before people can actually feel unwell with chronic kidney disease. But I haven't got a question. I was hoping Himalaj is going to show us this. Have we showed the audience already this? So
No.
So thank you for sending this to my home address in Surat. I've got 5 copies of this to share. Kiriji, I'll get this to Leicester hopefully soon. But it's a fantastic resource that you got. If audience are not aware, it's really good compilation, and a guide for individuals in India particularly, and we're hoping to replicate that within the UK, isn't it, Kirbhai? So again, just to show off what good work you have done, Himalaji. Well done, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
That's really very nice. I think that should be promoted in the schools of India and various other places where women work. And so my question to Dr. Sunil and Dr. Rajiv is, before we take up Prashantji, is, do you think there is any chance that her hypertension, which has been a prolonged hypertension ever since her age, and the medications that were given to her had been one of the causes in which maybe some flaws would have been left, that it was not reviewed, or some other reason? Because as she said, she doesn't have the family history of CKD and it turned up. So what have you to say on that? Dr. Rajiv, you first, and then we have Dr. Sunil. Yes, over to you.
I guess pregnancy-induced hypertension or hypertension during pregnancy is not recognized as a risk factor for future kidney disease by and large. I think it's only recently that it's being recognized as such. Pregnancy-induced hypertension is a form of vascular disease that affects every organ system in the body. I mean, in the acute stages during pregnancy, it can cause seizures, it can cause heart problems, kidney problems, fluid retention, liver problems. So it's a systemic disease, and if it's mild, even if it's mild, I think follow-up and tracking of individuals that have had pregnancy-induced hypertension is vital, because we see a lot of women who present much later. They get postnatal care, the traditional, the guideline-based, but then chronic disease predilection, I guess, in these women, I think there are not enough studies or not enough emphasis in our medical school curricula that emphasize this as a risk factor. And sometimes it's a confluence of things. I don't know your exact circumstances, but many women who have had pregnancy-induced hypertension are destined to develop hypertension later on. Hypertension here could have been a cause or a consequence of the kidney disease, or both. So I think I'll keep my remarks limited to that. I just said some of the key areas there.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sunil. Then we move to Prashant and Kirit Bhai. Yes.
I think it's difficult to be specific around the case, Hemalaji, but I can see your question, Amrita ji. It could be the care, the adequacy of care, the optimal care can be an issue in the journey of that CKD. And often the barriers are multiple, from patient level to system levels. Systemic things we know, but even if you think from the patient level, I've experienced, if you are not getting symptoms, if you're feeling champion, why would you want to go and give your blood test or urine test or do this every 3 months or 6 months? So I'm just giving a generic comment rather than specific to the case, but there are multiple barriers. So we got to think about not only thinking about what we can do at system levels in terms of detection, but actually educating why that is needed. Because despite of all the public health messages in UK, and I'm sure in any other countries, we're just not getting the people who are at risk to take that serious enough to actually take that path of optimal screening and management. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
I just
Thank
want to
you.
add one comment there, Amrita.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to take a 1 minute of time. I just want to state that during my third pregnancy, like all my 3 pregnancies were in Canada. So I delivered in Canada. Neither my gynecologist nor my family doctor, who I was visiting after my delivery, ever told me to get any test done for kidneys. They were treating my hypertension. They were giving me medication to control the hypertension. But nowhere was I told even once to go for kidney screening or try to find out if my kidneys were affected in any way by this hypertension. So what I want to convey the message is that even in developed countries, if this is the situation, you can imagine the situation in developing and underdeveloped countries. This is completely ignored.
Exactly. So once the lady is being told your pregnancy is done, your blood pressure is fine, she also rapidly goes home, take care of children and keeps taking care of children till the end when the stage reaches, and it's too late, I think. So it's time, Kirit ji, to welcome Prashant Ajmera. Yes, please, over to you, Kirit. Bye.
Yeah, just I think the comments is what Sunil said is about education, but also we're now seeing the link of diabetes as well with CKD, and that's something that we need to do more awareness and education on. So thank you again. We've got the dynamic team from Ahmedabad here today with us. So thank you for Hemali Ben to give us that personal journey of a recipient's journey and what she went through. Now we've got Prashant Bhai, who's actually an advocate, and they've been inspired to set up One India, One Law. So thank you for joining us, and really looking forward to hearing all the work that you've been doing. And it's great. We've connected when I was coming to India, but we didn't get to meet, but we're meeting virtually. But surely now we will continue to keep your experience and how do we work and educate and support people who need advocacy, because advocacy is really something where people don't get as much. So over to you.
Thank you, Kirbai, and thank you, Amrita, and your organization.
Global Namaste.
Global Namaste. Yes, being a lawyer, it's a journey. But the reason we established the One India, One Law with the Hemali being my wife and I being a lawyer, we realized that there is a need for a more global awareness within India, the awareness about the law related to the organ donations. Because when I was doing my initial research about that, what law is applicable and what it is not, even the doctors and the coordinators were not very clear about it. And we were just going from pillar to post. And that's where I had to go back to my law library and court libraries and online libraries and find the information. Because you have to understand, particularly I'm talking in respect of the context of the India, that in India, every NGO, every person who is involved in organ donation is talking about organ donation awareness. But nobody is talking about, or nobody wants to take into considerations that the law which is governing us is having a lot of flaws or clarity, or I would say clarification is not there. And that's where the people are facing the problem. And some of the old laws are being applied and interpreted and misinterpreted. And basically, in other circumstances, if the law is misinterpreted, probably you might have a loss of a property, you might have a loss of money, or probably you didn't get an admission in a college. But in this case, human life is at the stake. And that's why it is very, very important for us, for me and Hema, to put up this website together. So let me just give you a very quickly brief background that how the law in India is working and where we see the problems about required for the clarifications and where we need the further reforms. We talk about reform all the time, but also on a day-to-day basis, the kidney patients and families are facing problem with respect to the clarification of the law as well because of the misinterpretations. So in India, the Organ Tissue and Transplant Act came into the existence in 1994. Then amendments were made. Rule came into the existence in 2014. And when the Prime Minister Narendra Modi become a Prime Minister, he started pushing up more about the organ donation. So under the law, the three level of organization is established. One is a NOTO, which is National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization, which is obviously sits in Delhi. And then you have a ROTO, which is a Regional Organ Tissue and Transplant Organizations, which is based in 5 regions of India, means 4 directions and 1 central one. And then in each state, you have a SOTO, which is a State Organ and Tissue Transplant Organizations. And under that SOTO or state organizations, you have the government approved and licensed transplant hospitals or organ retrieval center. So this is the basic infrastructure is there in India with respect to the organ transplants. And the law is made for the 2 purposes. One is to stop the commercializations of the organ, and the second one is for the therapeutic purpose. So this is the object of the law, and that's why this whole infrastructures and network is created. Now, where the patients, whether it is a live donor and whether it is a cadaveric donors, where they are facing the problems. So the first one as I want to talk about is the cadaveric. Under the cadaveric, the state government or the SOTO is maintaining a list of the people who wants to register for the cadaveric recipients. So they want to wait in the line for the whatever the organ is there. Then the second one is, and those lists are not being properly maintained in a very transparent manner. Very few states are there in India where it is very well maintained. And that's where what Hema mentions, where we face the challenges about the domicile certificate. And the idea was, or misinterpretation was, that actually the intention of the law was that not the domicile, but the word which should be used was a resident, that you should be resident of a particular state in India rather than a domicile, because in India or in any country, domicile could be only of one country, of only one. But here we were talking about 28 domiciles of the 28 states of India, which is completely legally misinterpretations you can think about it. And that's where I started doing the research on that one, and I realized that legally what I've learned in my law schools, legally what I understand now, and what these guys are talking about completely different. And that's where we thought that we should take this one as a challenge or in petitions, and that's what we did, whereby we challenged the law in Gujarat High Court of the Gujarat government that the domicile requirement is illegal. And fortunately, the argument went on for this case for almost 2.5 to 3 days. And the judgment came in our favor, which is about 119-page long judgment, which is there on our website, One India, One Law, that there is no requirement of domicile. So you can imagine that how it was misinterpreted and where the people were facing the problems. And you can see how the problem was faced actually, that 29 to 30% of the Indian population is living out of their home country, within India, its home state. And within India, they are staying away. But if they have to produce the domicile certificate for the kidney purpose, they may not be in a position to do it. Give you an example of government employees, member of parliament. I used to give a very unique example, God forbid, but our prime minister is from Gujarat and he is in Delhi. If something happens to him and if he needs one of the organ, which domicile certificate he will provide, of a Delhi or Gujarat? He may not be in a position to legally get any of those ones. Similarly positioned with the IAS and IPS officers and so on and so forth. So this was the major problem was there. And as Hema mentioned, that we talked to the different hospitals in different states. And I thought that simultaneously, while we were going through our medical problems, we thought that this should be taken as a class actions. And that's where the government, we won the case. We simultaneously did a public interest litigation. And in that public interest litigations, also the direction was given to the central government to come up with the clarifications. And surprise, surprise, within a 1 month time, they held the meeting and amend the law that there is no domicile requirement, there is no age requirement to registers, and there is no fees to be paid for a cadaver registration. So this was a major change come up because of that one petition was done. I met number of NGOs, number of doctors who were in a practice since last 25, 30 years, 40 years. They were against this domicile requirement, but they could not do it. I think it happens not, I would say something what we have done it brilliant, but for the first time, somebody who is a patient come forward and took that one as a challenge. So when the case went before the court, it was a patient-centric, not coming from a hospital, not coming from an NGO, not coming from a government, with any group of people. And I think as it was a patient-centric, we got a positive result on that aspect. And as many of you know, you'll see that on our website as well, that on 26th March last year in Man Ki Baat, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji mentioned about this one in his Man Ki Baat for 15 minutes. You can go to the home page, that's where you can see the so this become a landmark judgment in that respect, and then the government started showing. So still there is a lot of work to be done. Now certain other why we need a further advocacy, because even if this law is almost 30 years old, still the government of India, the NOTO has not come up with the national portal, and where all the state government and the regional regionals ROTO is connected with that one, where we can have a transparency. What is the transparency? That means if I'm a kidney waiting for a kidney or a liver or an organ, I get a registration ID, which they do give it, but there is no way to check that what is my number, where do I stand, what are my chances, how long it's going to take. And when you are in that going through that situations of medical conditions, if somebody can tell you that, oh yeah, you have moved from number 29 to now number 22, you have a hope. And also people, many a times they see that as the transparency is not there, probably there might be a malpractice. You don't know what's happening in the hospitals. So that kind of a condition is there. But also at the same time, I think some of the fault lies with the kidney recipients and donors and a family as well. Because most of them, they do not want to come out and talk and share their stories or their troubles. And if you don't come and complain, then nobody is going to listen to you. And if nobody is listening to you, nobody is going to probably correct that situations. As we come out and took this one as a legal battle, it did something good for the many people. And now we got a phone calls from anybody and everybody from all over India. So this is where the cadaver is done. And I see that continuously we need that organ, along with the organ donation awareness, we should have the awareness about the legal aspect as well. The second part is the live donations, because the live donations, what Hema has gone through with your what law in India law allows, and it allows in almost in every country, is that your siblings, your parents, your grandparents can give you, and also husband and wife can give you, and also unknown person can give you if we can show them the person has a love and affection towards the recipient. And that's the another challenge is faced in India, which is the challenges in the terms of establishing the genuineness of the relationship. And the law is there in a very, very simple terms, but unfortunately, there is no, I would say, interpretation material is available. There is no training is given. There is no manual of practice is available. So you can imagine, I consider this one as many a time as a whisper game, that the central government in Delhi made a law, then it went to the regional government, then it went to the state government, then it went to the hospital, and in hospital you have a transplant coordinator who is interacting with the family and making his own interpretation. So in India, we have a 700 and plus hospitals and retrieval centers, and in each of these ones they have a transplant coordinator. Now each one of this one, who is just, I would say, a glorified clerk, is making his own interpretations about the law and about the medicals and about the psychological evaluations and so on and so forth. And that's where the people are facing the problem. And in India, as you know, that we are a very diverse country, language is different, culture is different. The same position, I'll give you a classic example. It's been used and so many times in our law. The two terminology is used so many times. One is get an NOC, no objection certificate. That means nobody wants to take a responsibility. So the hospital people will tell you, get an NOC from this, get an NOC from this, get an NOC from this one. And the second aspect is that with respect to not the NOC, but they ask you this certain kind of a document which you may not be in a position to get. So nobody wants to take a responsibility and do it. And after 30 years of the law, I see that no hospital, no organizations or an NGO has made an effort to come up with the procedural manuals. The second aspect is the because we have a different language and different geographically, they use the different designations of the legal person, which is from whom the documents, or office from whom the document is acquired. So for example, in Punjab, they call it a tehsildar. In Gujarat, they might call it the mamlatdar. If you go in the south, they call it the deputy collectors. So the different terminology is used, and the law says appropriate authority. Now, appropriate authority is subject to interpretation and misinterpretation as many times as you can think about it. So another, I think most of us are here, the non-resident Indians, and I'll give you the one more last example, and then we'll open it up for the question and answers, that our law provides that the foreigners can come to in India and do the organ transplants particularly for the live one, and even the cadaver also it is possible. Now, why the law is made with the object of the law was that, say for example, there is two brothers or brothers and sisters is coming from Africa to do an operation in India, which is a live donation, and they are going to one of the hospitals in the city. Now, in those places where they produce their documents, particularly their birth certificates and a relationship certificate, then the law was intended that those people should get a no objection certificate from the government of the respective governments, and also they should get the confirmation that these documents are genuine and they are two brothers, because these documents are foreign documents, right? But in India, we don't know about these documents. This was the object and the purpose of this was there. But now it's been misinterpreted in the case of an Anil, who was the first speaker, was there, and in our case as well, that as we have become born in India, but now living out of India, and if we are doing a live donations or a cadaver donation in India, we have been asked to provide that no objection certificate from our country, the home country which we have adopted, probably in your case UK, in our case Canada, in Anil's case it was US government. Now Anil and his brothers are born in India. Hema and his sisters is born in India. Why do you need a no objection certificate and confirmation from Canadian and American government? I'll give you another example which happens for the citizen of UK. A lady from a UK came last June, and she is from a BAPS, Bochasan Vasi Akshar Purushottam Sastha or Swami Narayana Mandir. His brother is a monk in India, and he was suffering from kidney problem. She wanted to donate her kidney, and she was denied right here in Ahmedabad last June, that we will not give you a no objection certificate and you cannot donate your kidney to your brother. That case was taken to the High Court on 4th of June 2023, and hearing was on 6th of June. And surprise, surprise, as they see that the petition is happening, on 5th of June, the Gujarat government health department give a no objection certificate so they can go through the organ transplant. So in that respect, this kind of a requirement is there on a continuous basis, that in particularly in India, the legal interpretations and misinterpretations are happening that we should have it. And along with the regular organ donations awareness, the legal awareness is also necessary to understand the process, make it simplify the process and do it. I started regularly advising even the transplant coordinators and doctors that what exactly the law is about and what they should do about it. Yes, burden is there on the hospital as well. Burden is there on the government people as well. They have a challenging task as well to determine the genuineness of the marriage or genuineness of the relationship. But people are not trained. People are not aware of it, that how it should be done, what it should be done. I'll give you another classic example.
Prashant, sorry, can we just get some questions in just before?
Sure, yeah. Just the last one, last point I want to see. Based on our documents, the UK government, American government, Canadian government, they can decide our marriage relationship. They can decide our family relationship. But with the same documents, our government officials are not in a position to decide those relationship, and that's where the organ donors and recipient families are facing a problems. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. I look forward to receive. Happy to get your questions.
Thank you, Prashant. Before we take any other questions, Neil Kumar, do you have any comments?
Yes, first of all, Kirit, what a exceptional guest contributor you have sourced, particularly in Ahmedabad. And since you know, one of our delegation will be visiting Ahmedabad in April. So Prashant, stand by. Kirit will introduce some person who is arriving into Ahmedabad in April. Do meet for lunch and a dinner and discuss something else which we can't discuss over the Zoom over here. Secondly, Prashant, you succinctly delivered your things in this short time. I've been looking at your website, which I think is fantastic because it delivers, it actually eases people into it to tell them, don't worry, we are here to help you. We have been through it. We know what we are doing. So Prashant, I want to ask you one question. Each state of India, the bureaucracy is different. You are in Gujarat, which is fairly trend-setting one compared to other states. Do you feel that your efforts are culmination to success now? Shortly, there will be one law, one India, as far as organ donation is going?
Yes, because if you read the documents produced by the government of India, it says the similar word, one nation, one law.
Yes.
So they are trying, because see, now in India, the things are going towards that the certain things should be at the national level, like a civil law we are talking about it. Similarly, in situations like a medical and engineering admission, it should be one nation. Similarly, for the organ donations, you can have a state-wise different law and an interpretation. So they are working towards it. But if more and more patients and the family comes out, it will have a sooner effect rather than taking a longer period of time.
So Prashant, we've got a lot of people wanting to ask questions and everything. Maybe we'll have you back again in a different time, because your information is not just connected to India, but by the fact that you were also an NRI who actually came back to India, and you mentioned UK, Canada, Africa, which is where lots and lots of settled Indians are, particularly originally from Gujarat background. It'll be very useful to be part of a board where we can discuss things. So Kirit will be in touch with you. We've got Sunil, who has also got a question that he needs to ask. So Sunil, go ahead, please unmute yourself and ask your question. Over.
Thank you very much. That's great job, Prasanjay. You brought in the NRI issue, and I thought I'll take this opportunity to just update colleagues on the call. Most of you are aware of a Nigerian case in the UK that's completely going to change in the way where you get a donor from abroad to UK or a recipient traveling abroad to have a kidney transplant, both in living and deceased donor context. So as a medics, from April 2024, we would have to report anybody in UK who had gone out and got an organ transplantation to human tissue authorities, and possibly they will investigate and get the police involved. It is a subject that is of real importance because there is a lot of undercover businesses that goes on here, and that's the concern really. When somebody's traveling into different countries, you could argue, why would somebody need to travel elsewhere when you could actually do things legally by getting donor to UK, for example. So just out there, and I've shared some of the links there because this is a topical thing in UK. We end up jailing a Nigerian Senate, a really big politician, his wife, and a doctor in UK who are all involved in this undercover operation. So please be mindful that this is quite a complex issue, but it's great to have one law for India. Absolutely, I totally on your side. But be careful because there are lots of things that goes under cover that we need to be aware of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sunil. That was a very valid point. Prasant, just before you go, I'm not aware, Kirit. Prasant, do you know Rotarian Lal Goel over here?
Yes, we do. We do.
Fantastic. Say hello to each other. We are going to move to his segment now. He is our regular producer in the mid sessions all the time. And when we do offline connection, maybe we can discuss the advocacy part of it and different countries, particularly East, South Africa and East Africa, United Kingdom for Europe, Americas for Canada and America. You will be a very big asset. We are very proud of you. One India, one law. You are in the right track. Thank you very much, Prashant. Let's move on to Rotarian Lal Goel.
Hello.
Global
Hello.
Namaste.
Global Namaste.
Amrita, let's move to Rotarian Lal Goel and see what we've got lined up.
Yes, Neil Kumar. Thank you so much. Global Namaste, Rotarian Lal Goel.
Global Namaste to you, Amrita.
So as we move further to India, let's welcome Rotarian Lal Goel ji and his guests. So Rotarian Lal Goel ji is a founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, as well as he's the chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation. So let's welcome him. What have you lined up for us today, and who all are there who will be sharing some light? We had a very insightful and a very wonderful sessions before where we had some donors and recipients as well as panel of doctors. So let's move on. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amrita. First of all, I would like to welcome all the viewers from globally on behalf of Healing Our Earth, and my special thanks to Mr. Neil Kumar and the entire team. Now, as we all know that world is going to celebrate World Kidney Day on 14th of March, and World Kidney Day is a global health awareness campaign for focusing on the importance of the kidneys and reducing the frequency and impact of kidney disease and its associated health problems worldwide. World Kidney Day is observed annually on the second Thursday in March, and this year the day is being observed on March 14th. The main aim of the day is to raise awareness among people about the increasing number of kidney-related diseases across the world. The day also emphasizes the need for different strategies in order to prevent kidney disease. The theme of this year is Kidney Health for All, advancing equitable access to care and optimal medication practice. So today we have a galaxy of panelists with us, and I can see would like to invite my first panelist guest, and she is Rotarian Regina Panikar Gupta. Rotarian Regina Panikar Gupta is the senior client lead of AWS Amazon at Sunnyvale, CA, USA. She is a kidney donor. Welcome, Rotarian Regina Panikar Gupta, and we would like you to give your views on this World Kidney Day, being a kidney donor yourself.
A global namaste to everybody. I'm Regina, and in 2011, I donated my kidney to my husband. I wanted to make a tangible difference in somebody's life, and after learning about the scarcity of organ donors and the growing number of individuals in need of saving life transplants, I felt compelled to take that action. And knowing that I could potentially save someone from the burden of dialysis or the uncertainty of waiting on a transplant list filled me with sense of purpose at that time. I hoped to offer somebody the opportunity for a healthier and happy life. The thought of giving somebody a second chance at life outweighed an apprehension of fears I had at that time. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to have made a positive impact on another person's life. I'll talk about my journey during the time when I was giving the kidney. I stayed healthy. I, focused on my health and took very good care of myself. I went into the kidney transplant surgery. 2 days after the surgery, I was discharged and returned back home. And 9 days after that, I returned to work. It's now been 13 years since the kidney transplant. And I've lived a very fulfilling life, a very normal life with zero issues so far. I'm an advocate for organ donation here in the US, in my local community. And I feel very passionate about this topic. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this forum today.
Thank you, Regina. Before I will move to the next panelist guest, I want you to stay back so that we can have questions afterwards. But my only one question to you is that at the time and when you have decided to donate, what was going in your mind? Because it's not an easy decision. What was the feeling of your own family from your parents' side, as well as from your in-laws' side?
I had full support from my family. My dad, who's no more, stood by me with my decision. He did not question me why I was doing this. I had support from my siblings, and I had support from my colleagues and my friends from every corner. And they stood by me during that time. I had friends who, would wake up at 5 a.m. and meet me at the gym to work out, encouraged me, eating healthy, walked with me. We did weights together. So, it took a village to support me through this. And I have to say that, when you have support from families, my mother-in-law was with me, my brother-in-laws, nieces and nephew, that encouragement just left all the apprehensions I had.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to inform all the viewers that Regina Parker Gupta is also the honorary member of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, because we have taken a decision in our club, the first meeting, that all those who are living donors, if they are ready, then we will make them the honorary members of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. Thank you very much, Ms. Regina. Now I would like to move to my next panelist guest, and she is Miss Sunaina Singh. Miss Sunaina Singh is CEO of Organ India. She co-founded Organ India as an initiative of the NGO Parashar Foundation in 2013. She has devoted the last 10 years to bring the cause of organ donation and transplant to millions of people across the country and help as many people as possible who face organ failure to get the right help. Under her leadership, the organization works very closely with the Health Ministry, has been thrice felicitated by National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization, NOTO, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for their commitment to the cause. Ms. Sunaina Singh looks after the strategic planning in the organization and heads the team through her leadership in all projects. In 2021, Organ India Parashar Foundation became team managers for Team India at the World Transplant Games 2023, with Ms. Sunaina Singh being appointed as member representatives from India by the World Transplant Games Federation, WTGF. Team India went to Perth, Australia in 2023 for the WTG and winning a record 35 medals. And I think the credit goes to her only because I was following that very, very closely, the way she was dedicating her entire time to see that this event should not only be the successful, but the maximum number of medals should come to India. Ms. Sunaina Singh believes that the masses need to be educated and sensitized about organ donation, and right way to reach them is the key for successful campaigning. Welcome, Ms. Sunaina Singh, on this very, very important global show, which is being live telecast in 26 countries, major countries like USA, Canada, UK, Australia, and many, many countries apart from India. So, Ms. Sunaina Singh, you have heard right now the donor. You have heard she has donated her kidney to her husband in USA, and you are doing lots of work as well as you have done this games also. We would like to know your views on this World Kidney Day. Ms. Sunaina Singh, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Goel. A real pleasure to be here. And thank you for that very nice introduction. Though I can assure you that the success of the games was 100% due to the athletes, who are all, as you know, may or may not know, they are all transplant recipients or living donors who participate in these World Transplant Games. And the whole idea about the games is that, people should come forward. After transplant, they have a very fit, very active, very normal life. In fact, they're fitter than most of us. I can assure you of that. We do have somebody speaking now later on, Merlin, who's a 2-time kidney recipient, and she's also an athlete, and she also won a medal at the games. So I'm sure she will, speak on that. So I hope there are people from Germany here watching, because the next games are in Germany, and the team, we will take a much bigger team to Dresden in Germany, and we would really need support from, the Indian community over there. So on World Kidney Day, as most of the athletes that we took were kidney recipients. We do have the maximum number of kidney transplants here. Unfortunately, most of them are living donations, whereas deceased donations is much lower. And I think we need to work hard to change that, so that there are more deceased donations than living donations. That is the whole, that is what we are doing. We're trying to raise awareness on deceased organ donation, so that people don't have to donate necessarily to their loved ones, and they can be taken from people who have passed away. We, in fact, if you're talking about kidney, I just came back from Jaipur today, and there was a cricket match between kidney recipients versus kidney donors to celebrate World Kidney Day, and it was really nice. There were a lot of kidney recipients who were, participating. They're all very fit. They're doing very well. And the whole point of, celebrating the Kidney Day is to show that there is a very, very fit and healthy life after kidney transplant. And even the donors are doing very, very well. They did very well at the transplant games as well. And that is why we are trying to, promote transplant sports a lot, because it gives people a lot of confidence that, yes, even if I'm a donor, whether I'm a donor or whether I'm a recipient, I can still be a good athlete. I can be a very fit person. I don't have to be, behave like a patient once I've had the transplant. And it it makes people come out of their shell. It kind of, and because in India you have this thing that, oh, this person is not well, they've had a transplant, they should take it easy, they shouldn't do this, they shouldn't do that, they can't do this, they can't do that. And these kind of opportunities, where kidney recipients showcase their talents, especially the sporting talents, go a really long way in dispelling all these myths and misconceptions that people have.
Ms. Sunana Singh, you rightly said that we have to increase the disease donation, and I know that you are working day and night for that, especially in schools, which is a very strong forte of you. But just before joining this program, in my Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, the guest speaker was Miss Tilly Matthew. You know very well. She is AGM organ transplant in a very leading hospital in Gurugram, and she gave the statistics, and the statistics are very alarming. She says more than 13,000 living donation versus only less than 1,000 disease donation. So there's a huge gap. How you think as an NGO, very leading NGO, you will be able, or other NGOs also working even together, will be able to fulfill this gap, to fill this gap? It's not easy task. Do you think some policy changes are required, some laws are to be changed, or according to you, what is to be done so that the diseased donor numbers can increase and the living donors, as you rightly said, that they need unnecessarily not to go under the knife? Ms. Sunana Singh, please.
Yeah, so I don't think the law needs to be changed. The law is pretty comprehensive. It's quite a good law. It needs to be followed, and also a lot more hospitals probably, in the government area, because most of the transplants in India are being done in private hospitals. You need to increase the capacity in government hospitals to be able to declare a brain death, so that they can go ahead and ask. You have to have brain death committees. You have to have the capacity to actually retrieve the organ from there, and hopefully do it in the, do the transplant in the same hospital, or at least send the organ to the hospital where it can be transplanted. So that capacity needs to increase, definitely. Plus, I don't think it's to do with law. It's to do with people. We need to come up and say that, yeah, this is a good thing. Organ donation is a good thing. It'll help us. We need to also, we are as much a party to it than a government or a law. We need to come out and say, yes, this is a good thing for us to do. We must do this. Yes, a lot of people don't donate because, or they don't even want to talk about organ donation because, at least for me, like when I was a teenager or even growing up, in my 20s and 30s, organ donation was a very, the word organ donation had a very negative connotation. There would be movies around organ trading. There would be, I'm sure you've all seen some Hindi movies where somebody has been kidnapped, they wake up and they have a cut on their side. So the connotation was always very negative. Now things have changed in the last 10, 12 years. Definitely things have changed. But a huge, more, I think, aggressive awareness campaign by the government. I mean, NGOs can do what they can, and they are doing a lot of work, but ultimately the big push has to come from the government in the, in terms of a mass awareness campaign that tells everybody that this is a good thing. It's okay. The government is behind it. We are in support of it, and you need to come out and do it. I mean, they do it, but it needs to be on a sustained basis. Organ donation, something that somebody's just going to hear once and say, oh, yeah, this is a great thing, I'll do it. It's something that you have to work on people. You have to kind of, build up that trust that this is a good thing. This isn't, this will save so many lives. You can even help people after you're gone, and such an, and it'll take time. It's not something that can be done even in 1-2 years. It's a gradual change.
Yeah, that's true. But as you rightly said about that, the government hospitals should have more, either the brain death committee or the retrieval centers or the transplant centers.
Yeah,
I will give it just.
There'll be more disease donations, plus the access to transplants are there then for more people, right? Those who can't afford it. Right now, it's expensive. If people are forced to go to a private hospital, it's expensive, then it becomes out of reach for them. So once government hospitals start doing it regularly and a lot more start doing it, accessibility is also there.
Ms. Sunana, you are in Delhi, so Delhi, you have the government hospitals who are doing it. But I will give you a figure of Mangaluru, not Bangalore, Mangaluru, Manipal, Mangaluru. There, the status says 9 transplant hospitals, organ transplant centers, and 11 organ retrieval centers, but not a single government hospital is either a retrieval or a transplant center. So this is we know that, and we also know that all the accidental cases first 80 to 90% goes to the government hospital first. So until as we will not have the brain death committees in place, as well as a retrieval center or referral center from the government hospital, it's very, very difficult to get the brain death so easily for the private hospitals even. So thank you very much, but you please stay back because the next round we will going to have a live discussions about more and more. Now I would like to move to my next panelist guest, and he is Rotarian Sunil Gupta. Rotarian Sunil Gupta is the Rotary Foundation Chair of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International at Sunnyvale, CA, USA. And as you know that his wife, Miss Regina Gupta, has already mentioned, she donated the kidney to Rotarian Sunil Gupta. Rotarian Sunil Gupta is our regular member. He is not our honorary member because we have made a policy that only the donors we are making honorary, but others, recipients and others are our regular members. So Rotarian Sunil Gupta, you have heard from your wife also, as well as the Miss Sunena Singh, she mentioned the position in India. Now you are in USA, although I am not giving the details of your company. If you wish, you can disclose about your company, your designation, etc. And then explain your own experience, what happened to you and how you got the kidney and what was the impact before, after, and the facilities which you got in USA. Rotarian Sunil Gupta, please.
Thank you for that introduction, Rotarian Chairman Lal Goel Sahib. A global namaste to everybody. I'm very honored to be invited to this forum among advocates and colleagues on the auspicious Kidney Day that's upcoming. I'm a living testimonial of what an organ donation or the process of that can do to impact somebody's life. I received my kidney, my organ, 12 years ago. You heard from my dear wife on this call. I am forever indebted to her, not just because she's my spouse, but it takes a special mettle to step up and be a living donor. There's a saying that 1 in 1,000 people can be a good writer, 1 in 100,000 people or 1 lakh can be a good speaker, public speaker, but it takes 1 in a million to be able to donate something out of your own body to somebody else. So it's a great act of kindness and compassion. But that set aside, I want to say that being a recipient of a kidney, and you heard from Mrs. Singh, Miss Singh, that you can have a perfectly normal life. I myself, you can see my entire body here, but I'm a 6'4" person. I'm a business executive with Intel Corporation in the San Francisco area, and I've been in the U.S. for 43 years. I was born and raised in India for 16 years, and then I migrated to North America. I've heard, at least on this call, and also the previous segment about the awareness and the need for organ transplantation, the different laws, the different apprehensions, the social aspects and things like that. I'd like to share a little bit views that I have about that. For example, the biggest challenge I feel with organ donation and in my own journey, why I needed a kidney transplantation or a donation was not because of my lifestyle. I've been an athlete all my life. In fact, even after the transplant, today I'm happy to report I meet the U.S. Navy standards for fitness for my age group. So, it's something that you can live a very normal life. But the biggest hurdle that I've noticed with kidney transplantation is cultural. I think a lot of people, I mean, you talked about having limited deceased donors in say, the hospitals around where transplantation centers are. I am, Regina and I live in Silicon Valley, which is, just south of San Francisco. And, the wait time for a deceased donor transplantation is about in excess of 10 years. So, folks, I mean, we're talking about the kidneys today, but, we can extend that to other types of donations as well, right? Whether it's heart, lungs, pancreas, et cetera, et cetera. But the concept of donating part of your body, cultural aspects, your ethnicity, where you come from, has a big play in it, right? And I know those things are being addressed by different NGOs and groups. But we find, at least in America, there are areas where the wait times are less versus areas which are densely populated. The wait times are very, very high. And there are a lot of cultural factors. And I noticed this about our South Asian culture, that there is a belief somehow that the organs have to go with you when you go to another world as a holistic person, versus not give any part of you. And that is one myth that is a challenging myth that we have to create awareness about. How as my wife is an advocacy group for California, is that you can live a perfectly normal life even with donating an organ while you're living, let alone what happens after you die. I'm part of an advocacy group for we'd go on kidney walks and create awareness. We give talks in schools, we give talks in public forums to create this awareness about not just donation of a kidney, but of the other organs, and have people register for the registry for donation of organs. Now, one of the things that I was going to talk to you about is I'm a second generation kidney recipient. My father also had a kidney transplant in New York in 1982. The reason we needed this was a genetic disorder. It was nothing to do with the lifestyle. It had to do with a disease called polycystic kidneys, which is a genetic disorder that, I can give you the US statistics. About 600,000 people in the US have that. But globally, I'm sure it's a lot bigger number. But what I found was, since this kidney transplantation is about a 50-year journey of innovation, initially they were only done with matching tissues, right? So related people could donate. And I think this myth still exists in large parts. I'm sure it exists in India in laws that only related people can donate their organs. The altruism of a friend wanting to donate an organ does not probably exist. In America, it does, right? So anybody can raise their hand and say, I'd like to donate to my friend. And that opens up, and again, I'm talking about living donation here. In deceased donation, really doesn't matter, who the kidney goes to. But the concept of, I can only give to my relatives, and none of my relatives really need my organ, so why do I need to even sign up for a deceased organ registry, right? So that myth has to go. In my case, obviously, I'm not related to my wife. She's not a blood relative. In fact, Regina's from the Fiji Islands, and I was 0 out of 6 match from a tissue typing standpoint. And I'm still able to, the technologies today allow, a recipient to receive a kidney with the least amount of matches. I mean, we were blood group match, and that was about it, and lead a full life.
Okay.
So,
yeah, sorry. Please go ahead.
Yeah, no, I can keep going on and about kidney health and things like that, about what my learnings have been. But the issue is, the reason why there is such a huge gap and a growing gap of people needing organs versus people willing to donate organs is to do with the increase in our society. Just because of the competitiveness, the stress levels are going up. People are eating high salt diet. People are eating out a lot. sugary foods, so hypertension and diabetes are leading causes of decline in kidney function. And it's not just trying to patch a symptom, which is, okay, you have a failed organ, so we're going to get you an organ. The whole awareness campaign also needs to be about living a very, very healthy lifestyle. And it's not just related, an organ like a kidney is a super smart organ. It not only, filters things out of your body, which, by the way, these days we are putting all kinds of preservatives in foods. We are putting all kinds of plastics. The latest research, by the way, just as of this week coming out, is the plasticines and plastic bottles and all, they all go into your body, and our organs have to figure out how to filter that, and they don't know how to do it, right? So this is an increasing issue, and we got to approach both, how to cure it, how to help people, live a fully fulfilled life, like people like myself.
Yes.
But also, how do we increase the ability for people to understand and know? I mean, kidney disease is a silent killer. People don't know about it unless they go to a doctor and it's too late. They had a hypertension, they had a high blood pressure that killed the kidney, or they had high diabetes that damaged the kidney, et cetera, et cetera. So we can also do a lot of preventative measures to be able to educate people in trying to prevent that.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Rotarian Sunil Gupta, for giving your views, and especially how you have to suffer for no fault of you, because you said that it's not the question of lifestyle, it's a genetic problem. My only thing is, because you have mentioned about the Indian laws are very, very clear, and it is correctly so, because earlier, before the law came in place in 1994, it was a trading of the organs, especially the kidney. Right. So that's why this strict law is there. But the awareness level has going up. But my question to you, before I will go to my next panelist guest, is, you have mentioned that the 10 years is the waiting time in US. I discussed with many of the doctors and the nephrologists and the dialysis center, and I will ask Sunena Singh ji to confirm to me. I was told that in India, generally within 5 years, either the patient is no more, or they manage the kidney somehow, and that's why very few patients are there who are after the 5 years. Are you sure that in USA people are waiting and they get the kidney even after 10 years?
Yeah, let me clarify that 10-year wait list. So we have regional wait times in the US. In the San Francisco area, just because it's a very large population, 7-8 million people, and when I say these numbers, you probably laugh, because that's probably population of just one metro area in India, right? So this is also a fairly highly densely populated metro area in the US. And so this area has about a 10-year wait, because we only have 3 transplant centers in this area. Other areas, like if you go to sparsely populated states in USA, the wait times can be as low as the 1 year.
No, but 10 years, my question is whether the 10 years the patient waits and they get the kidney in US, in your California?
My own brother, I was going to tell you, and we should invite him at some future forum. My own brother had the same genetic disorder, and he recently got a kidney on Christmas Day last year, December 25th. And he waited for 5 years, and he was on peritoneal dialysis. And also, these kind of treatments, the dialysis treatments are also fairly well evolved in the USA. I know India's also got all kinds of dialysis now, and that has to do with, once you're on dialysis, how disease-free you are, infection-free you are, so that your life can be extended. But yes, a lot of folks actually pass away and die because they are on dialysis and they succumb to either some kind of a disease or an infection, or some kind of deficiency of your, their own body salts or something like that. And that's the main reason for, and of course there's a financial element of also for survival of, if somebody has to be on dialysis for 5 years or 10 years, just because it's an expensive treatment. Luckily, in the United States, it's covered by Medicare, which is a government-funded program. so people can get access and get extended their lifespans.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Sunil Gupta. And in India also, we have now Ayushman Bharat, which is giving up to 5 lakhs. And for organ transplant, the limit is increased to 15 lakhs only for organ transplant in under Ayushman Bharat. So India is also. We will come back to you again and the next segment. So please stay. Now I would like to invite my next panelist guest, और मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में बोलूँगा, इंग्लिश में बोलूँगा, because he is going to be speaking in Hindi, but I will introduce in English. He is Rotarian Pramod Lakshman Mahajan. Rotarian Pramod Lakshman Mahajan is the living kidney donor. He is a farmer at Dhawli, Sangli, Maharashtra. Mr. Pramod Lakshman Mahajan has donated his kidney about 23 years back to one CISF Jawan at Mumbai. He is creating awareness of organ donation by traveling on motorbike. In 2018-19, he traveled 12,600 kilometers in 100 days across 19 states and connected with 4.5 crore people. In 2020, he could cover only 12 states in 62 days, and he has to abandon his mission because of COVID-19 lockdown. Next year, his target is to cover 94 cities, covering 17,500 kilometers to connect 15 crores people and spread organ donation awareness. Rotarian प्रमोद महाजन जी, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है इस कार्यक्रम में, जो देश में ही नहीं विदेशों में भी देखा जा रहा है। करीब 26 देश हैं जहां पे ये इसका प्रसारण किया जा रहा है, हीलिंग अवर अर्थ के सौजन्य से। प्रमोद महाजन जी, आपने किडनी दी थी और उस वक्त लॉ के हिसाब से आपने एक अनरिलेटेड पैरा मिलिट्री फोर्स को किडनी प्रोवाइड की थी, जो आपका रिलेशन में भी नहीं था। तो आपसे मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, और आप अपने इस बारे में पूरा बताएंगे विस्तृत रूप में, लेकिन आपने ऐसा डिसीजन क्यों लिया? आखिर आप उस वक्त, आपकी उम्र मेरे ख्याल से तो इतनी भी नहीं थी, और आप काम कर रहे थे, वो भी एक किसान का काम कर रहे थे, जो जब काफी भारी काम होता है, मेहनत का काम होता है, और उस वक्त आपने एक डिसीजन लिया टू डोनेट टू अनरिलेटेड पर्सन ए किडनी, और उसके बाद आप अब मोटरसाइकिल पे चलते हैं अकेले और जांच के लोगों को अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करते हैं। ऐसा आपने किस भावना से किया, उस बारे में जरा आप बताएं, रोटेरियन प्रमोद महाजन जी।
नमस्कार। जब हमारे मित्र का दोनों किडनी फेल हुआ, ये समझने के बाद हमने ऐसा सोचा कि आदमी कोई झाड़ का पत्ता नहीं है जो तोड़े और रखे। आदमी की जान बचाना है तो आदमी ने काम आना चाहिए। किडनी कोई फैक्ट्री में तैयार नहीं होती, इसके लिए हमने सोचा कि एक किडनी पे आदमी जीवित रह सकता है। इसलिए हमने तुरंत निर्णय लिया कि इसकी जान बचाना है तो मेरे को किडनी देना चाहिए। उसके घर में टोटल 6-7 लोग थे, उनका किसी का भी ब्लड ग्रुप मैच नहीं हो रहा था। तो हमने उनको पूछा कि ये कौन सा ब्लड ग्रुप है, तो वो बोले कि वो पॉजिटिव है। तो मेरा भी वो पॉजिटिव ब्लड ग्रुप था। तो मुझे मालूम था कि एक किडनी के ऊपर आदमी जीवित रह सकता है। तो ये 23 साल पहले किडनी देना कोई, और दूसरे आदमी को किडनी देना कोई मामूली बात नहीं थी। तो हमने तुरंत निर्णय लिया कि अगर हमारे CISF जवान जो है उसका जान बचाना है तो मैंने ही काम आना चाहिए। इसके लिए हमने तुरंत बोल दिया कि मैं आपका जान बचाने के लिए आ रहा हूँ। और 28 अक्टूबर 2000 साल में मैंने मेरा किडनी उसको दे दिया। ये हमारा मुंबई के बॉम्बे हॉस्पिटल में ऑपरेशन हुआ है।
Yeah. I will just narrate, Pramod Mahajan ji, just okay. What Mr. Pramod Mahajan is saying, that he wanted to save the life of his friend who was serving in CISF at that time, and because there was no matching kidney available in his family, the CISF fellow's kidney, so he decided to donate his kidney at the 23 years back. Pramod Mahajan ji, आपने बहुत अच्छा कार्य किया, लेकिन मैं आपसे सिर्फ इतना पूछना चाहूंगा, क्या आपके परिवार वालों को इस पे कोई आपत्ति नहीं हुई कि आप एक बाहर वाले को दे रहे हैं? मेरे को पूरा विश्वास है आपने उनसे कोई पैसा नहीं लिया होगा अपने मित्र से। क्या आपके घर वालों को इस पे कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं था? योर फैमिली वाज हैविंग नो ऑब्जेक्शन टू व्हाई यू आर डोनेटिंग द किडनी टू ए अनरिलेटेड पर्सन?
सब मेरा जब चेकअप हो गया, तो चेकअप होने के बाद डॉक्टर साहब बोले कि और एक प्रॉब्लम है कि आपकी किडनी इनको देने का है, तो आपके जो रिलेटिव 5 रिलेटिव रहता है, बेटा बेटी, माँ बाप और बीवी, इसका एक आदमी का साइन लगता है परमिशन देने के लिए। तो हम तो हमारे माता पिता तो बूढ़े थे, उनको बोलेंगे तो वो अटैक से मर जाएंगे, और बेटा और बेटी बोलेंगे कि आपको क्या दिक्कत पड़ी है कि उनको जान बचाने के लिए आपकी जान खतरे में डाल रहे हैं। तो हमारी दादागिरी तो बीवी से चलती है बीवी के ऊपर। तो हमने बीवी को कुछ बताया नहीं। तो हमारे गांव के एक बहुत बड़ा नेता थे, एनडी पाटिल करके, और उनकी मिसेज जो है वो शरद पवार जी की बड़ी बहन है। तो हमने वो दोनों को बोल दिया कि मेरी बीबी की साइन लगती है, मैं उसको लेके आता हूँ मुंबई में, आप लोग समझाएंगे तो साइन करेगी। तो उस टाइम बीबी मेरे को एक बात, बहुत बढ़िया बात बोली कि एक कप भर चाय को सिप भर दूध कोई नहीं देता। सिप समझते हैं ना, समुद्र में जो मिलती है सिप, चम्मच के जैसे, वो
जी
सिप भर दूध कोई नहीं देता, और ये आप क्या कर बैठे। तो हमने पलट के बोल दिया उसको कि अगर तुम ये बस के नीचे आके मरेगी तो मैं तुम्हारे तरफ नहीं देखूंगा, मैं उसकी जान बचाऊंगा। तो थोड़ा सा ये हो गया। फिर हमारे जो एनडी पाटिल सर थे, उनके घर जाके उन दोनों ने हमारी बीवी को समझाया कि किसी किसी को जन्म से ही एक किडनी रहती है, और तुम्हारे आदमी का किडनी देगा तो एक किडनी के ऊपर कुछ नहीं होएगा, और वो अच्छी तरह से जीवित रहेगा। और उनका जो त्याग है उससे अपने गांव के एक गरीब लड़के को, एक सीआईएसएफ जवान को जो भारत की सेवा करता है, उसकी जान बचेगी, और एक किडनी के ऊपर आदमी जीवित रह सकता है, तुम कोई टेंशन लेना नहीं। फिर हमारी बीवी बोली कि हम तो ज्यादा पढ़े लिखे हैं, अगर एक किडनी के ऊपर आदमी जीवित रहता है तो आप बोलेंगे वहां पे साइन करेंगे। उस टाइम में अपने बॉम्बे हॉस्पिटल के डीन थे अपना सॉरी गोयल सर।
जी
तो उन्होंने हमारा तुरंत और अच्छा ऑपरेशन किया। अभी 23 साल 4 महीना हो गया
जी
किडनी दे के।
Pramod Mahajan ji, मैं आपको रोकूंगा. What Mr. Pramod Mahajan says that although there was a problem at his house because his parents were quite elderly and the children were young, and he was knowing that if they will ask any one of them, they will say no. So he wanted to convince his wife, and he took the help of his one leader who convinced the leader's wife convinced the wife of Mr. Pramod Mahajan to donate, because they said that one kidney can as good as the 2 kidneys, which then she accepted, and that's why he has given the kidney. So thank you very much, Pramod Mahajan ji. बस लास्ट में एक और चीज पूछना चाहूंगा कि आप जो ये यात्रा कर रहे हैं, आप मोटरसाइकिल पे आप इतना जाते हैं, ठीक है, आपको स्पॉन्सर्स मिलते हैं, लेकिन आखिर आपके ऊपर जोर पड़ता होगा, आप जा रहे हैं लोगों को, तो क्या आपके घर वालों को अब कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं है इसके लिए?
तो रहता है सुविधा कि आप घर में जो होता है इधर आके रह जाए। तो
जी
हमने उनको बोल दिया है कि हम मरने तक सेवा करेंगे,
जी जी
सेवा करके अपने पुण्य कमाएंगे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
तक
आपका.
हम
या नेटवर्क आपका वीक हो रहा है. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. सो व्हाट मिस्टर Rotary Pramod Mahajan says that he has taken a pledge that till the time he die, he is going to serve, and he will create the awareness like this, so that there will be no death for want of kidneys, as he always believed. And it's a really remarkable for a person like this. We always claim that the educated person or a rich person can talk and do the works and do the social service. He is a living example of from a not that good family, rich family, I must say, is from a moderate family, as well as not that much educated. But his feelings are far more than even like persons like us. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका प्रमोद महाजन जी. अगर आप रुक सकते हैं तो रुकिएगा, आपको मैं नेक्स्ट सेगमेंट में भी लेना चाहूंगा. Now I would like to move to our last but not the least panelist guest, and she is Miss Merlin Paul. Miss Merlin Paul is the head of research and donor management at Tinker Hub Foundation, Kochi, Kerala. She is a 34 years old, two-time kidney transplant recipient. Her passion lies in being active and embracing the outdoors. She is deeply interested in connecting with a community where individuals with similar experiences can share and converse. Her life journey has fostered a strong desire to be part of a supportive network that uplifts and empowers those who have undergone CKD, chronic kidney disease. Welcome, Miss Merlin Paul, on our show. Miss Merlin Paul, you have heard earlier all our earlier panelist guests, and they have the kidney donor, kidney recipient, unrelated donor, as well as a NGO head, and they have given their views. Now you have taken the kidneys twice. You are a twice recipient. We would like to know your views on this World Kidney Day. What are your views? What are your feelings? And what message you want to give to the masses as a twice recipients of kidney? Miss Merlin Paul, please.
Thank you, Goel ji, for inviting me. And it was an honor to listen to everyone who was speaking right now. As a twice kidney recipient, I would like to say that I would just reiterate what people have told before in the panel. Or both of my kidney transplant donors were in my family. One is my mother and one is my sister. And along with the emotional toll family member of CKD or going through dialysis has, when a person decides to donate, it's a huge moment for them. And without family support, I wouldn't have been coming so far. But many people, all my friends, as I said, I'm part of community in India, where there are CKD people going through CKD dialysis who are waiting for organ donation, but due to some reason or the other, either there is some family issue or some issue or the other, they are not able to go through a kidney transplant. So I would just like to say the awareness needs to increase. And as more and more donors are coming up, like when people see my mother, when people see my sister, who are completely living a normal life after going through a donation, they feel like, okay, that life is also that thing is also possible. On the other hand, they also start raising awareness. Many people are actually not even aware that such a thing happens, like a cadaver donation. Like you can actually donate for a purpose, and it's a process. There is a process to it. That kind of awareness should be there, and everyone should come about spreading that awareness.
Okay, so Ms. Paul, can you just explain why you required twice the kidney? Is it a lifestyle problem or some other problem?
So I was diagnosed very young. It was not a lifestyle issue. I have not a genetic disease, be congenital. It's called IgA nephropathy. So I was diagnosed with it when I was just 15 years old. I got my first transplant when I was 21 years old. And then I got my second transplant when I was 31 years old. So the problem is it's a disorder where it's an autoimmune disorder where your own immune system starts attacking the kidney. And also the second time around, what happened was lifestyle, I could say, was only one part of it, but then IgA had returned to that native disease had returned to the body, started attacking the organ, and so that was it.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Paul, for doing this. So now I would like to have those who are there, please switch on your videos. And Mr. Neil Kumar, if you want to join, please welcome, or Mr. Keith Mistry. We can have somewhat questions open to our panelist guests, whosoever wants to ask any question to them. Okay. If Miss Paul, before anyone will ask a question, I am asking this question to you. Miss Sunaina Singh mentioned that you have participated in the organ transplants game.
Yes.
And so, can you just tell in brief what happened in that? Because after all, you are twice a recipient and you are participating in that. In which sports you participated and what was the result?
Oh, it was like a life-changing experience as an organ recipient, because once I went there, I saw the kind of strength and resilience people have all over the world who have gone through a organ donation, receiving or giving experience. I participated in racing, shot put, 5K race. I won a medal in shot put. The whole experience was every volunteer from every organizer, right from Organ India to everyone, was very supportive. So even like when you go there, there is a world of possibility that opens before you. And you see yourself as somebody who's, earlier you have a doubt in your mind, or if you have that, can you do this, can you do that? By seeing the athletes perform there for other countries, like breaking even the normal records, you feel like, okay, this you, even that last amount of doubt, that iota of doubt will go out of your mind. So it was a very wonderful experience for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Paul. Yes, the questions.
Thank
you. Thank you, Rotary and Lal. What a wonderful job once again. You have produced such a nice, succinct panel of contributors. My question first is to Sunayana Singh. She mentioned something very clearly, that it is not the authorities, it's the people themselves who have to change the attitude, which I vociferously believe is correct. Sunayana, India is very much Bollywood-led and some iconic politician-led. What support is Bollywood industry giving to you, and is there a reel or something that we are promoting? Is there something that we all can do together, that we can actually outreach people with and roll out of some regional language reels where we can encourage more people to come forward, more people to engage into community, more people to engage in the organization? So is Bollywood industry supporting your cause on this?
We do have, we personally have bites from Bollywood celebrities, which we do put on social media. We do promote those, whatever we do have heavily. Other NGOs and other organizations have also got some Bollywood support, whether it's for a campaign or it's for a one-off event. But nothing that has been, earth-shattering or something that's really had a huge impact.
I think so. Here is an opportunity where all of us to get together. We need to up that game. I'm going to ask Dr. Lal Goel, because he's actually involved in both the games, in organ donation, and some of you may know his past history. He was also involved in the Bollywood industry as well. I'm going to ask him a question in a moment over there. And do you feel, the next question, at Healing Our Earth, we always promote governments, politicians, and media people to start the education literally from nursery to the young children, so that it is ingrown in their mind to help themselves, to help others. Do you feel that we should bring this at education level through the children? Your comment, please.
Yes, definitely. There are, it is in some of the textbooks for children, but not in such huge detail, more about the organ transplantation bit of it. It is coming in. We do go to schools. A lot of NGOs, go and speak in schools. Even government agencies go and speak in schools. But it's not a consistent. Again, of course, children have many things to do. So they also sometimes tell us, how many extra things should we make the kids do? There's road safety. There's disability, whatever. There's many things that children are given lectures on occasionally. So we try and make it fun for them, in the sense interesting, not a boring lecture. They don't want another lecture from anybody else on anything. So we try and make it interesting for them. We have some nice videos. Our presentation is interactive. then they should go back thinking, oh, that's interesting, you know, and we tell them your homework is that you have to go home. Also, we target only 9th to 12th or maybe 8th to 12th students from going to younger kids. I don't think will make much sense. So we generally go for high school.
Thank
And
you.
they really do enjoy it. They find it very interesting, especially when we show them short films of somebody who's had a transplant and is out there specifically playing sports or even doing anything else.
Thank
So they
you.
are, yeah.
Thank you,
that's-
Sunayana. Very valid point. We shouldn't burden them too much and scare them just when they are just starting their life. But yes, in a fun animation way, if we can start involving them, then maybe future will be bright. We're gonna go to Sunil Gupta. I've got a question for you, Sunil. So maybe unmute and stand by. Sorry, you can unmute yourself. Rotary and Lal Goel, you are, of course, now one of the lead organ donation person, not just now in India, after pandemic globally as well. And you had connection in the Bollywood industry, you still know a few people. Do you feel that they are doing enough, particularly in India, because they are almost the divas which people follow?
No, they are not doing enough because, see, in India and especially in Bollywood, money plays a very big role. And who is going to pay the money? What Miss Sunaina Singh says, because of her own personal connections, they have some bites which they are showing, and that is quite good from their side, as well as some other NGOs who have some personal relations. Like we have done a program of Usha Uttap on the 1st of January, 2 years back, along with the Mohan Foundation. And it was a great hit at that time because the people were, it's a lockdown, so it has lots of viewers were there. But otherwise, Bollywood is not taking, because they themselves are so busy, the lead, unless these lead actors or actresses will not talk. I will give you an example. Aishwarya Rai declared that she wants to donate her, she plans to donate her eyes somewhere after winning the Miss World or Miss Universe crown. And on that year, the rate of the percentage of the eye donation has increased like anything. So until unless they will not talk about the organ donation, and even the politicians, although our Honorable Prime Minister has given lots of time to, in his Mann Ki Baat recently, for 3 or 4 times he has spoken, but still we require more and more people to come forward and talk about it. So yes, there is a lots of opportunity for the Bollywood as well as politicians. Until unless they will not talk, or even the cricketers or the sports person. Yes, Ms. Sunaina wants to say something.
Aishwarya Rai did a full campaign. It was not a one-off thing
Yes.
or even 1 or 2. It was a full campaign and it was very effective.
Yeah,
So
we have a room
like that.
so-
It has to be continuing for some time and just can't be a one-off, a bite. So yes,
So here we agree that it's now we need to really upscale that game. We have a reason maybe to approach them, and it's something that us at Healing Hour, together with all the other panel and new family members, let us explore and use each other's contact, maybe via Mumbai, maybe tail end of this year. We will explore that. Let's go to Sunil Gupta, who is in, I believe, Silicon Valley in San Francisco. You said something that was very, very touching, that even your father had I think in 1984, he had a kidney transplant. Your brother maybe had a similar situation. You are such an athlete fit person up to the US Army standard. So is it just so fitness and diet doesn't form part of this regime? Is it stroke of luck and you just inherit this?
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. I had a genetic disorder named polycystic kidneys. This is a disease. It's a genetic mutation which has no use for humans, and it impacts individuals in their 4th and the 5th decade, so 40s and 50s, where part of the kidneys start to develop cysts and they become useless, and also the kidneys become very large in size. I was just, it's a dominant gene. So that means if you have, more than 50% of your children, offsprings will have this disease. So my dad got it from his mother. And you can imagine my grandmother's time, there was no cure. There was no such thing as dialysis. And so she succumbed to that disease. And my dad was fortunate in 1982 to get a transplant in New York City. Because at the time, transplantation basically started from the 1960s. So he was one of the early ones. The regime he was on, the anti-rejection pills that he had to take were very different, caused him like weight gain and things like that. So there was a lot of taboos associated during those times. Now, I came, I inherited the same thing, and my kidneys failed in the 40s for me. I'm in my 50s now. And I was very fortunate to get a living donation from my wife, and my own brother, who had the same thing. He was not fortunate to have any living donor in his immediate family, so he went on a waiting list, and he was very fortunate this last year to get a
he got
kidney.
a good Christmas. He got a good Christmas gift. So,
He got
Sunil, I
a very
noticed that you also mentioned that even after the kidney recipiency which you got from your wife, I believe, you are still same standard fitness before?
I would say about 90% or 95%, right? I mean, after an organ transplant, you are required to be on anti-rejection medication, which does, take its toll. I just want this panel to understand that it's not just like, it's like a little fever and you get over it and you move on. It's a disciplined approach to take medication for life, so that your body does not reject the organ. And it does, take it's a little bit of a toll. So you have to actually actively work to have a much healthier lifestyle, more exercise, and keep yourself fit. Obviously, I have a second chance to life. I'm speaking to you guys knowing that I could
It's
not
a
have been
second
here
life,
if I did not have this opportunity and have a second shot at life. And as and one of my panelists who's actually taking a motorcycle ride to educate everybody, all of a sudden it changes the perspective to do something good and give something forward. My thing is I'm going to pay this forward so future generations don't ever have to go through this again.
So, Sunil, you are a living example. Don't give up hope. You can almost be 95% of your original state, and second life, third life. Melin, I think, is a twice recipient. She's on a third life as well. And who knows, we might have people on a fourth life. So it's very beautiful. Sunil, thank you very much. You're welcome to Healing Our Family. We'll be keeping in touch regularly. Stay around. Let's go to our Sunil Daga over here, who is honorary Saha advisor and also Healing Our Earth family member. Sunil, your comments so far in regarding to people need to change the attitude. What do you feel on that?
Well, I think we all need to, isn't it, really? When it comes to health, we have different health beliefs. Often our own glasses and lenses changes when we hit by a disease or somebody, our loved ones, get that condition. Until then, we are all sort of walking in the sleep type of mode. So it's a difficult one to actually generalize and ask people to change, because often you need a good reason to change. We all need to keep trying. I think what's really powerful, what we also heard, the personal stories, the journey that somebody has taken, and we are able to relate to that. That's what brings changes. So little things, but all adds up, and I believe that will bring changes, and that's why we need to keep doing this type of events and really work together. That's all I would say, Bill.
Thank you, Sunil. That's a wonderful thing. Amrita, what are your comments on what you have heard so far? And particularly, Sunayana says that yes, there is a big room. Rotarian Lal Goel says that it can be really upscaled, and those who are in an influential position where people are following them should take more responsibility. What are your thoughts on that, Amrita, before we go to Sharon's thought as well? And Rajiv, who is one of our next guests, who is in USA, will also give his opinion. So over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Rotarian Lalji for bringing such a good panel of people with different aspects that people share with the common disease that people have. And secondly, what has been highlighted over an edge on that is the need of an hour to understand and educate people, our children, as well as our youngsters, about how important it is to be gifted as a human being. And as Dr. Sunil said, that your glasses and lenses change when you're hit with something, then it's too late sometimes to evaluate what we lost in life and what we gained in life. And I think in this fast-pacing world, it is a need of an hour. Belonging to a holistic background, I would also like to add, it is also very important that these kind of modalities must be taken into an ingrained system of health services with children and education policies, as well as the lawmaking procedures that had been mentioned must be very clearly mentioned in the curriculum of the medical professionals as well as general people in public, so that when need arises, they must know what are their rights and how we can realize all those things. It's not just about the fundamental rights of the Constitution we must know, but these are sometimes so important, much, much more important than the fundamental rights. And that right to life, as we all are having so many people who have given an opportunity for someone to live and have a reason, and somebody of us whom we bless that yes, we have got another life. So that's what I have to add on. Thank you, Neil Kumar.
Thank you, Amrita. Rajiv is going to join us again with his own session in a while, but he's still here as a panel. Rajiv, you are in USA. Do you feel that the USA, first the indigenous population of USA and then the ethnic population of USA, are they very organ-savvy donation? Do they actually believe in it, or do you feel that we need education there in America as well? Rajiv, over to you in America. Unmute yourself, Rajiv, over.
Yes, sorry about that. Yeah. No, first of all, I thank you for inviting me to be part of this wonderful session. I'm mostly engaged in kidney disease surveillance, and kidney transplants is an interest of mine in terms of surveillance and as the end stage of kidney disease. But my main goal and main interest and passion is in preventing kidney disease or preventing progression of kidney disease. And from what I've heard so far, of course, there's a lot of talk about transplantation. So once you're at the stage of kidney failure, there's no choice. And transplantation is indeed the best option, and living donors are the ideal prospect for one's future. So that's very clear. There's no question. And the efforts that you all are making are truly laudable and need to be encouraged, including the changes in the law and personal beliefs and education and raising awareness. But I think awareness also needs to be raised about the risk factors for kidney disease. It is not just about individual level lifestyle. It's actually lifestyle and what determines your lifestyle based on where you live. And you mentioned the indigenous populations and minority populations in the United States, for example, who are at very, very high risk of kidney disease. Some of the highest risk ratios or risks are experienced by the Native American population in the US and also the Pacific Islanders throughout the world, but especially those that live within the US and in Hawaii and other territories of the US. They have the highest incidence, and it's mostly because of, approximately because of obesity, diabetes, hypertension. And while these are lifestyle diseases, lifestyle has other determinants, where we live. We are not born in families, or we are not born in situations where we get the education or the resources we need. So what I'm talking about is the societal determinants or political determinants of health. And groups that have been subject to long-standing discrimination or historical discrimination or racism and so on are even more susceptible to the effects much after those laws have been changed, or they have been, say, released from that original sin, if you like, of the governments or the policies or practices.
Rohit, very good thoughts and points. We'll come to you when you will be back in about 20 minutes.
Yes.
We'll
But
come
that's
to
not
you.
what I'll be talking about.
Thank you. Rotarian Lal Goel, we go to you. And just before we come to you, Rotarian, Sharron Rose, our coordinator from United States and a senior host as well. She will be shortly presenting also in about 25 minutes her style of kidney relief and what she has learned from a different facets. So Sharron will be with you shortly. Rotarian Lal Goel, your comment, please, so far, what we discussed.
You were discussing about the races or the ethnics and natives. I just read somewhere, and I want to be confirmed or get the confirmation from the panelists, even Sunena Singh ji and Rajiv Saran ji, as well as Kirat ji and Dr. Jaga. Is it true that the women are having more CKD or the kidney disease than the men? Is it correct or not?
So I can answer that, Goel. So in UK, what we observe is with increasing age. So let's example over 60s, 1 in 5 men will have CKD, whereas 1 in 4 women will have CKD. But we believe that that's probably not what is in a fair comparison, because a lot of men don't last to reach that sort of age. But as a growing population, if you look at that, then yes, women are getting more CKD. But then in the early age, it all depends on etiology and whatnot. But in UK population, young South Asian men are predominant and get disease and rapid progression. So it all changes depending on where you see that.
Okay.
I can comment on that. Well,
sorry. Yes, please go ahead.
So I have a slightly different take. I've observed or we've documented data from throughout the world. Every country, it's the men who reach end-stage kidney disease or kidney failure far more frequently than women. So end-stage kidney disease is certainly much more frequent in men throughout the world without exception. When you look at chronic kidney disease, which is the earlier stage of kidney disease, apparently women seem to have a higher prevalence, and that may well be true, but it could also be a pseudo reflection of the formulae we use to calculate kidney function. The formulae they have coefficients or they have calculations for women, but for some reason they may be giving a falsely lower value for women compared to men. Biologically, yes, women have less kidney function to begin with, even when they are completely healthy, but it's sufficient for their body size, their body habitus, and their physiological requirements. Once they have kidney disease or once they're diagnosed with kidney disease, women tend to progress far less fast. Compared to men, they progress much slower and they reach end stage. So they suffer less the ravages of kidney disease compared to men in general. I'm talking about in very, very general terms. So that discrepancy is there. So there are other disparities, but as far as the prevalence and incidence of end-stage kidney disease, it affects men much more commonly than women.
Because why I'm asking this, as far the dialysis centers are concerned, they are giving the data that 80% plus or sometimes 90% plus are the men who are on the dialysis, yes, but the women are not. So there might be two reasons. One reason might be that people are not giving that importance to the women, and because in India, if I will give the figure which I always give, 80% living donors are women and 19% recipients are women. While in UK, it is 40% recipients are women and 55% are the donors. So this might be one of the reasons that they are not being allowed to go for the dialysis. I'm talking of India. Ms. Sunena Singh, would you like to comment on this from India? Because you are dealing there out.
Yes, definitely. Women are obviously, though, as you said, the figures are quite shocking. Women are 80% of the donors and less than 20% of the recipients. Also, I've had doctors tell me that, women really don't take care of their kidneys so much. If something happens, they have, their families to look after. They have other things to do. They want to be a burden on the the entire structure of the family. They won't necessarily go to the hospital. They won't necessarily go to the doctor. and therefore kidney disease increases. I don't know how many women versus men suffer from.
But it shows the male chauvinism in India, so that because people are not bothered for their own wife or the sister or the mother or the daughter. And I'm sure with the healing of our earth, we must also come out in the support of the women, because Mr. Neil Kumar believes that the women are either equal or even ahead of the men. We must come out with a campaign where we must create the awareness that they should get the checkup done, and they must also go for the dialysis or the transplant, and whatsoever is possible. Otherwise, they are dying without knowing. People are not knowing about this. Thank you very much.
Rotary Lal, on that point, our Sharron, Amrita, Dr. Nora Vyas, Lakshmi Vyas, who is here, have set up a group because it was International Women's Day yesterday. So happy Women's Day, ladies, and empower women, empower humanity. They actually make the community nicer. So all the women who are connected to us, please join us in the new forum that we are setting up for the women, by the women, of the women, and the men will simply support. We will not resist. We will enhance. We will support. We all take an oath that we want to support that, because we vociferously, verily, and truly believe that empowering women, then the communities are enhanced. So Sunayana, please join. Rotary and Lal will put you in touch with Amrita, as Melvin and other people. Please join there. Sharron, if you can unmute and just tell us what you're about to do, then we go to Mala with her question, and we move to Sunil Daga, who has got a bit of session with us, with Kirit as well. So Sharron, you are coming on in about 40 minutes, 45 minutes. What are you going to bring to us that will be slightly different, and how will it enhance kidney?
Well, I'm going to bring to you a teaching from the Chinese Taoist tradition, acupuncture tradition, Qigong tradition. And it is, I'll talk a little about the background and the perspective on the kidneys. And then in the Taoist tradition, we talk about how the organs are associated with emotional qualities. So the kidneys hold fear. And
Yes,
I'm
Sharron,
going to...
So people stay around. In about 30-35 minutes, Sharron will be coming with a holistic approach, integrated health. We're transforming healthcare, which will be also very useful. Amrita, you had a comment you wanted to make, but let's go to Mala, one of our team members. Mala, do you have a comment or a question to ask the panel before we carry on?
Yes, good afternoon, good evening. Happy Mother's Day and happy International Women's Day to all our lovely family out there. Very quick question for you. Very interesting question on kidney. Now, recently, my friends, I've been talking to them, and I've been finding quite a few of them have been complaining about their kidneys. And one of them's absolutely religious discipline. And she's a vegan, a vegetarian, and very disciplined. She trains every mornings, wakes up, and she has a good lifestyle, but very healthy and very specific about her food. And another one, much old, well, in her 50s, but they are suffering. They're on medication, and all I hear is pain in their voices. So is that increase in more women suffering with kidney the kidney disease, or what is it? Like Sharron, you mentioned stress or fear. I really don't know, because I really want to help them, and I just hear it in their voices that they are in so much pain and on medication.
Thank you, Mala. This question will be to Sunil. Sunil, you will be the best equipped to answer. Mala is from UK as well. So she likes to know, is there an increase? We mentioned CKD as well, so maybe you'll give her a proper answer in a moment. Just before you do that, Sunayana, stay around. You are a very awesome contributor to this matter, and we should all get in together how we can improve the outreach. Rajiv, hang around, because after this, it's your slot. It's getting interesting. It's getting exciting. Over to you, Kirit and Amrita. Let's move to Sunil with his contribution. Over to you both.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Before we move further, I just wanted to also talk about uh, just a small discussion about what I would like to know from Dr. Sunil and Dr. Rajiv about the connection of urinary tract infections in females and the hygiene and the pyelonephritis in connection to the kidney disorders, because there are two different aspects of the same kidney diseases we had been talking about. One aspect is about the metabolic disorders in relation to the lifestyle or genetics with the diabetes or with hypertension and the other things, but the other, or obesity, but the other aspect is in relation to that with the anatomically and physiologically the differences in that. So I'll be taking up that as well. You can put it on a hold for now when we have your slot. So Dr. Sunil, you can keep the question in mind. And then we can link all these things that Sharron has been talking about in relation of the fear, because adrenal glands are there. There's a lot of adrenal rush and stress all around. All these things are interconnected. So Kirit bhai, let's move to Dr. Sunil. It's time to welcome him. Can you unmute?
Kirit has got a lot of background noise, so maybe.
Okay.
So, yes, I'm just going to keep it brief because I have a bit of a background noise. So just wanted to introduce Dr. Daga, who's from the UK. He's one of our advisors for Sahar and also does some fantastic work in the community. And one of the things I did mention as the talk was going around young people, our Rotary Club for Organ Donation, Dr. Achna, has set up a youth organ donation awareness group in Delhi. So I will definitely connect Ms. Singh with Dr. Ashna as well. So over to you, Sunil bhai.
Thank you very much. Can you please confirm you can see my slides and you can hear me okay?
Yes. Yes, very well.
And the slides are moving okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, well, in sort of 15 minutes or 20 minutes, I'm just going to touch on the kidney health in general. I won't touch on organ donation or transplantation, but specifically looking at what's the key theme about the World Kidney Day. So every year, the World Kidney Day has a theme. This year, it's about advancing equitable access to care. So this is timely care. And the second part of that is optimal medical practice. So with that in mind, I'll prepare this talk. And obviously, we had lots of discussions through last hour or so that will link to this. So I'm going to talk from UK's perspective, and then Rajiji will connect us with the US side as well. In UK, we declared this literally 6 months ago. This is a public health emergency, and it is going to hit us really hard, both on the healthcare resources, but also at the population that we serve. So what we know from the numbers is 1 in 10 individuals in UK have a stage of kidney disease. This could go from stage 1, which is nearly normal, to stage 5, which is where you start preparing things like dialysis or kidney transplantation. So the area I serve is a small region called West Yorkshire, and we got 80,000 people with stage 3 to stage 5 kidney disease. Now that's a lot of numbers. We have 3 renal units, and at the max, we look after a couple of thousand people. So 80,000 people with moderate to severe kidney disease is what we have in West Yorkshire itself. Chronic kidney disease, as it stands currently, is number 10 cause of premature death. What I mean by premature death is early death, otherwise that individual would have lived. And by 2040, that's going to take number 5. And the reason for that is CKD is rising rapidly for a number of reasons that's been touched already in the top. If we look at the economic burden, NHS, which is a public sector, we are very proud in UK. Everybody, irrespective of their sex, wealth, gender, race, they all have free access to healthcare sector. But that's under a lot of strain right now. Currently, the kidney health is £7 billion. That's going to rise to £14 billion in 10 years. And we got a lot more people who are ending up on dialysis because organ donation is not catching up. So where we are now, we are staring with very scary picture. In next 10 years, there'll be 400% increase in dialysis need in UK alone. And that's a very scary outlook for both patients as well as the healthcare. Now, this is not a quiz, but the pictures at the bottom are very famous politician from India. I use this in my talk. The common thing with Arun Jaitley or Farooq Abdullah, Lalu Prasad or Sushma Swaraj was they all had kidney failure. They all needed kidney transplant. And we know we lost two of very active politicians, Sushma Swaraj as well as Arun Jaitley, died after having kidney transplant. On the top of that, what I'm showing you is a bit of a Mount Everest. This is UK data. You could see the age group as you go from young age 20 years to over 85 years. The white population, which is the line at the bottom, it's sort of got a little bit of a hump. But if you look at Asian, which is predominantly South Asian community in UK, and the Black ethnicity, that's a huge mountain. So as you grow older, you're getting much more kidney disease. And perhaps that's because of a number of other health issues that Asians and Black ethnicity experience in UK as compared to white Caucasians. We've already mentioned a number of diseases here. I'm only mentioning the common one. We already heard, from other speakers, there are other diseases like polycystic kidneys disease, that's a genetic disease. We heard about IgA nephropathy, which is a autoimmune disease that can stay with a person and can come back and hit the kidney transplant. So what are the common things in South Asians? The common things are, number one, enemy. We say that Asian people are very sweet. What we mean by that is they have diabetes. Almost half of us have diabetes. The next number two is high blood pressure. And you can read through that. As we grow older, in combination of other health issues, we're going to experience with chronic kidney disease. That's the statistics I was talking earlier on when Rajiv and we were discussing about age and sex. So 1 in 5 men over 65 in UK have kidney disease as compared to 1 in 4. So as women grow older, there will be more and more kidney disease. Over 75, 3 out of 5 women will have kidney disease. But as Rajiv said, the dialysis, if you go in there, it's predominantly men and not so much women. But in chronic kidney disease world, the gender is very different. We have huge health inequality problem in UK. Despite the NHS is free for everybody, there are a lot of health inequalities within the system. Now, this could be, due to health literacy, access to care, timely care, bias, systemic bias, number of different things that could play into here. These are 4 things I want to share with you, but the literature is wide. When it comes to Asians and Black ethnicity, it's 5 times higher risk requiring dialysis. 1 in 3 people who are waiting for organ transplant are from ethnic minorities, despite the UK population is about 14% of ethnic minority. If you look at live donor kidney transplant, 17% of all the transplant in ethnic minorities are from live kidney donors, as compared to white colleagues, 35%. So 1 in 3 people who get kidney transplant, white colleagues, are from living donors, whereas in Asians, it's much lower. If you wait on the waiting list, on an average in UK, you have to wait 2 to 3 years. That's a lot better with a lot of rule changes that we've done in UK. Previously, people would wait 6, 8, 10 years. But currently, the average wait is between 2.5 to 3 years. The Asians and Black ethnicity have to wait 6 to 12 months more. And the reason for that is organ donation is not that great in ethnic minority. Only 6% of organ donation comes from ethnic minorities, and 95% of organs that are available are from white ethnicity, and hence the tissue type match contributes to that extra weight. The other problem we face when we talk about South Asians or Black ethnicity, now this is very busy slides, I'm not going to talk detail, but participation in research. So we talk about and we complain about, why we have disease, more disease, why, treatments are not working. Well, it's as simple. If you look at any studies, clinical trials or research, only 5% of participants are from ethnic minorities. So we got to do some work here. If you're going to understand the disease, give the drugs that works, I'm afraid the drugs that we're giving to South Asians are well tested in white Caucasians. Hence, we don't always see the same benefit when it comes to ethnic minority. And the same issues around sex inequality. So most participants in the studies are men, white people. So when it comes to women, Asian, Black, they don't necessarily work because it's not very well tested. So that's something as a community we need to encourage. So coming back to CKD, we've heard a lot of people don't experience any symptoms until the kidney is lost by 90%. Sometimes you have symptoms depending on your conditions, like if you have autoimmune disease or polycystic kidney, you may have some pains, you might have some joint pain, but generally speaking, vast amount of time, there is no symptoms. So what that goes to this test, if you don't have test in a timely way, you will not know if you have kidney disease. Now, what's really interesting is even people who are at higher risk, they don't know how their kidneys are doing. So this is our UK data. So what we are looking at, the top bar is patient with diabetes, then high blood pressure and other risk factors. Anybody with diabetes should have yearly blood test and yearly urine test, but only 55% of diabetes patients get a urine test. Only 30% of blood pressure gets a urine test. And why am I emphasizing on urine? It will be clearer to you in a minute. But a lot of people are happy to go and get a blood test, but not so well on the urine. This 1 in 10 is a really interesting number when it comes to chronic kidney disease. So 1 in 10 people have chronic kidney disease. 1 in 10 people who have kidney disease knows that they have kidney disease. And 1 in 10 people who are at risk of kidney disease knows that they are at risk. So that's quite an interesting number, really. And that's where we are, that's the odds against. So the question is, so what? Chronic kidney disease is 1 in 10. It's not causing me any symptoms. So why should I worry about it? Why should I worry about my family at risk? Well, essentially, only 2% of patients with chronic kidney disease ends up on dialysis. Majority of them, unfortunately, dies early because of cardiovascular disease, heart attack, stroke. So if you got stage 4 or 5 chronic kidney disease, 50% chance that you will get a heart attack or stroke, and only 2% chance that you'll get a dialysis. So the odds of dying early with a heart attack is much higher than actually needing dialysis. The second thing is chronic kidney disease accelerates all other diseases. So what this Health Foundation studies on the left shows is if you got chronic kidney disease, you're very likely to have another 3 long-term conditions. This could be high blood pressure, this could be mental health illness, this could be chronic pain, or other things. And having chronic kidney disease means everything else really accelerates the damage due to diabetes, etc., etc. So what can we do? Well, there are lots of treatments available. We obviously spent a lot of an hour or two earlier on focusing on kidney transplant. There is equity of access to lifestyle changes, various medicines, access to dialysis was also discussed earlier on. I want to focus next few slides on access to medicines. So this is what we come out in a UK community. There are 4 things that we need to do to actually manage the burden of chronic kidney disease. Number 1 is improve diagnosis. And you could see the emphasis again on ethnic minority, targeting ethnic minority, underserved groups to provide that screening opportunities. Now, people from UK, you might know there is a free health check at 40, NHS health check at 40, and every 5 years you get a free check for your kidneys, heart, diabetes, etc. But only 50% of them actually goes and get that tested. So once you got early diagnosis, why is it important? Well, if you can detect CKD early, there are numerous drugs that are now available, which wasn't there 10 years ago when I was an early stage consultant, that can change the rate of kidney disease, change the trajectory, not needing transplant or dialysis. And one of the group of the drugs that I'll mention a little bit is called SGLT2 inhibitors. This is a new group of drugs that's been approved to be prescribed freely in NHS. And for the patients that we can't stop the progression, we need to really get them to transplant rather than getting them on dialysis. Obviously, not everybody are eligible or possible for dialysis, but the people who are able to, like young women or young individuals, otherwise fit, they are still ending up on dialysis. It's shocking. If you look at the whole journey of that CKD, there is a lot of inequity, and we could do a lot more as a community. So we believe that if you implement all those 4 things, we can save 10,000 lives in next 10 years. And that's the key thing we are focusing. So I am a system leader. I look after a vast population in West Yorkshire, and these are the 6 things we are focusing on to help the population we serve. We want to detect CKD early. We want to get them the medicines. There is a lot of streamlining of pathways that are important because we don't necessarily talk to each other, the primary care, the secondary care, and various different things. We have huge issues with IT And then, we already discussed about education. This education is not just, population education, but also healthcare education. And then the big thing is about research and innovation. If we don't help our community to be part of research, we are not going to find those answers. And this is where event like this, building a relationship, hearing different viewpoints, working collaboratively, advocating this, sharing and amplifying. Those are the things that we are trying to do today. And I hope we can continue to do this to learn from each other's and do that. So I'll end up with this last slide. So what we're doing in West Yorkshire is we are pledged to our community, to our population, that we'll do 4 things in 4 months. Month number 1, if you have a CKD, you're going to get a certain group of drug called ramipril or irbesartan. Month number 2, you get this novel drug. Yes, it's costly, but a novel drug that can reduce the progression of your disease. Month 3, we're going to be aggressively targeting your blood pressure. And month 4 is the specific drugs. We heard about polycystic kidney disease. There is a landmark drug called tolvaptan became available. We heard about IgA nephropathy. Budesonide is a landmark drug that's been approved by NICE. All of that freely available in NHS. But how do we get to people so we can reduce that progression? Whether it's CKD from diabetes, polycystic, or IgA, there are drugs available. There are a lot more hopes coming here. So with that, I'll end here. It is going to be a major problem for all of us, and working together, it is time to take action. And I really appreciate this platform for me to, share my thoughts, but also learn from everybody today. So I'll stop there. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was really nice and insightful, Dr. Sunil. I have a question before. I know there'll be so many questions from so many people. So you mentioned about weak bones and anemia, right? And that is a very common thing in females. Now, what are your recommendations on that part of how will a person in general, maybe because in India, anemia and weak bones are 2 very common things most of the time we find, and in many parts of the world as well, if we talk about the different communities or races of people. So what do you think can be the best way to find a solution to that? And how can a female address whether it's related with my kidney disease or it is a general disorder of lifestyle? Over to you. Thank you.
No, thank you, Amrita. You touched on a very personal note, really. My own auntie was anemic, and for years and years, the practitioner in India was giving lots of syrups for iron treatment. And I was a medical student then. I was learning about anemia, and CKD is one of the common cause of anemia. It didn't click me when I was a medical student. And when I was coming out of the medical school, that's when my aunt actually had a kidney failure and needed a kidney transplant. So anemia is a presentation of CKD, but among the all cause of anemia, it's not the top one, but it's really an important one. And that's a personal note. So however, the most common cause of anemia in India is, blood loss, is nutritional, and that's where the focus is. Like giving iron tablets is important, and there is a lot of work going on in the community in India to get iron tablets, iron supplements, and I know there's a lot of taboos around that as well. But essentially, that's the top one. Weak bone. Now, a lot of people don't appreciate, but the sunshine vitamin D can be quite deficient, even if you are living in a very sunny environment. So those are the common things I would say that need to focus. In UK, almost every ethnic minorities are vitamin D deficient. You don't even need to check your vitamin D. Get on vitamin D treatment. There is hardly any sun, and even when there is sun, there is not much actually to come in. So I would say that's the common way to protect your bone and anemia. Once you know that it's CKD, the treatment is completely different, and that will be another talk, I'm afraid, Amrita. But yes, we could manage that in context of CKD, but common things are common.
Okay, thank you. We can have some comments from Dr. Rajiv as well before we move to Neil Kumar.
Sunil, thank you very much. I noticed that, CKD is very prevalent amongst the South Asian and African population. You touched on vitamin D and you touched on sunlight. and both those rays are daily in a heavy sunlight areas. So digressing slightly, number one, what are the symptoms that people should watch out for vitamin D deficiency? And number two, why is the fact that naturally they're living in a very sunny sunlight area, that even if they hide themselves, the sun will seep through a window. Even if they go from their house to the car, they will hit the sun a bit. What is it? Is it really just that? Or is it that for next many centuries, the South Asian and African will never improve their genetics on it? What is it?
Well, so with regards to vitamin D, a lot of people don't appreciate it's the early morning sunlight that has to directly go on your skin, not through a tinted glass, or not any sunlight in the afternoon or evening. So you got to remember the vitamin D aspect is early morning sunlight, open directly to your skin. So even if you're living in sunny areas, it's not going to serve the purpose, I'm afraid. So that's the answer to your question.
So
Now,
Sunil, it means that Surya Namaskar was not true then, but it is true even now, that take the early morning sun bath because it's useful and not harmful. Is that what you're trying to say?
absolutely. I wish I can do more of that.
Superb. So for everybody who are listening, and in case if you are confused, you may be in a sunny area, you may be hiding from the sun, but it's the morning sun. When the sun ray breaks out, be there to greet the sun, and you will be surprised what the sun does for you. Next comments, Sunil, South Asian people and the African origin. Why is it that we are more in a risk area than others? And are we going to change over the next 5 to 10 centuries, or are we going to remain like that forever?
Well, I think what we need really is more research in our ethnicity. That's lacking in general. So we have a study called Born in Bradford. So that's sort of, that when the baby is the womb, since then we've been following up for 20, 25 years as why South Asians are getting kidney disease. One of the, observation was we have slightly smaller kidneys when we compare to same height, white ethnicity. So we may be prone as a race. We may be prone due to other environmental factors. I don't think we found any evidence of masalas that we eat in our food. There was a big study in masala study, wasn't it, Rajiv, in America? That was looking at that as well, because it could be as simple as that in the environment that we are doing something really weird. And the reason for that is there was a massive geographical area, if I remember, it's called Balkans, and they found that there was a herb in the Balkan areas that people were eating in the food caused Balkan nephropathy, causing kidney disease. I would love to find something like that in our diet or something in our environment that can transform things, but we need to do that research. I don't really have straight answer to that. Apart from that, we need to do more work.
Rajiv, your comment on Surya Namaskar and why we are more prone to this CKD. Rajiv, over to you.
Yeah, I think Surya Namaskar, or exposure to the early morning sunlight, has several benefits. I don't think it's just related to vitamin D. One of the most stark benefits is it gets your circadian rhythm activated. It helps in release of dopamine, naturally release of dopamine in the bloodstream, which is again a positive hormone, good health hormone, and improves your alertness and sets the stage for the rest of the day.
So Rajiv, before you move forward,
yes,
and this will apply to you as well, Sunil, what are the symptoms that are obvious symptoms that people need to know that they are very deficient or deficient for the sun rays and vitamin D? What are the obvious signals one has to watch out for? Both of you, please. Rajiv, to you first.
So again, symptoms are very late in vitamin D deficiency or any hormonal deficiency like that. So one has to get tested. But these days, if you're living in an area where there's lack of sunlight, especially during the winter months, and if you spend a lot of time indoors, it's just as well to take supplemental vitamin D without needing a blood test necessarily. Symptoms tend to be bone pain. In young kids, it can be, again, delayed growth. appearance of rickety rosary, which I've seen in India during my early training days a lot. And it's particularly common in South Asian women living in, certainly in the UK, there was a study, showing that especially people who are dressed in burqas and such that don't get exposure to sunlight, on top of there being a lack of sunlight in general, they are very highly prone to vitamin D. Vitamin D is a defense hormone, so you're more prone to infectious diseases. Tuberculosis was commoner among people who are low in vitamin D, amongst other things. So, but symptoms are mostly related to bone pain, fractures, spontaneous or otherwise, and then the vitamin D comes to light.
And Sunil, your symptoms similar?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. The other thing just to mention, if you're a kidney transplant patient, you're advised not to expose to direct sunlight because of increase in skin cancer due to immunosuppressant you're on. So if you're a kidney transplant out there, you're not going to expose yourself to sunlight anyway. So please take vitamin D supplement. As Rajesh said, it's important for fighting against the bugs. There was a lot of studies correlating COVID infection in the early stage, why India has not been hit by COVID, and that was a bit of a theory that went in. So,
and yeah. Sunil, does it apply to the first sunrise of the morning as well?
Well, that's the most beneficial one scientifically, that if you take early morning directly on the skin, the kidney transplant patients should not take that, I'm afraid. That can increase risk of skin cancer if you're an immunosuppressed patient.
Okay, so if you are suffering from kidney problems, or you know that you are going for dialysis, or you know that you've had a transplant, avoid the sun as much as you can. Is that right, Sunil?
No, just for kidney transplant or immunosuppressant. If you're CKD dialysis, you can take the early morning sun bath. Only if you're immunosuppressed and kidney transplant.
Thank you for clarifying that, Sunil. Rajeev, we are going to come to you now in a moment, and then our Sharron is waiting as well. She will be ending the session with a nice Davus and a Qigong session. Kirit, Amrita, you got a comment, and we go to Kirit.
Yes.
We want to welcome
Yes.
Rajeev. Rajeev, we have been here for a long time, so thank you very much. We are proud of you as a healing family. You've been there since the start, and you participated as a panelist as well. Amrita, your comment, and then we move on to Rajeev. Over to you, Amrita.
Yes, thank you, Neil Kumar. I think Sharron also has a question, and my question is just in addition to that. So, because you have been talking about vitamin D, what do you think is the best dose of vitamin D3, and which supplements are best? Because that will end up the whole series of the question for the solution of the people. So, we can have Dr. Rajeev, you can recommend, and how much time and when should they take the vitamin D supplements, and in what way? Because there are a lot of notions. You can add in milk, or you can have it with the water, or you should have one thing. So a lot of notions. Over to you.
Yeah,
please throw some light.
Couple of things. I think the standard adult dose would be somewhere around, if you take it every day, around 2,000 to 4,000 units of vitamin D3 would be adequate for most people. There are regimens that have weekly sachets of 60,000 units or 4 weekly sachets. It depends on who's treating, and it varies a lot, but weekly or monthly sachets of vitamin D are also recommended. I would caution, though, against unmonitored vitamin D therapy and self-treatments with vitamin D, because you can get into the issue, especially with a lot of milk products simultaneously being consumed. One can, and if there are calcium supplements being taken for bone protection, that you can run into the problem of hypercalcemia or high calcium levels in the blood that can be damaging to the kidney and other organs. And I recently had a case that presented with very high calcium levels because they were taking unregulated levels or amounts of vitamin D as supplements as part of their supplemental ingestion. So there is a cautionary tale, but I think a regular the daily recommended daily allowance is only 400 international units, but as a supplement, vitamin D3, a few thousand units a day is usually sufficient for most people.
Thank you. Sharron, quick question from your side, and then we take over with Dr. Rajeev. Over to you.
Just before Sharron poses a question, if you're listening to this broadcast on a YouTube, Facebook, website, Twitter, Twitch, what Dr. Rajeev is saying over here, Rajeev Sharron is saying is very simple. before you pop any pills, do take advice from your doctor and then proceed. So don't go out rushing around and just popping some pills. And remember, if you are a kidney transplant person, then avoid the sun. Sharron, over to you. You've got a question as well.
Yes, I've been looking into bottled water and the effect of the toxins that are in the plastic and the microplastics on the body. And I've been reading that drinking a lot of bottled water could have a deleterious effect on the kidneys. What do you have to say about that? And see, I'm using a glass bottle.
and me a metal. You're right. The effect of plastics, I think, is only just coming to light in the last few years. And I don't know of any good studies that actually document kidney disease as a result of bottled water ingestion. But if there are, Sunil, I'd love to be educated. I've not come across, this would be a subject for research, for documentation. But plastics are damaging in general. So I think, and even there's a lot of plastic in our clothing these days, the synthetic clothing that we continuously wash. We're also contaminating not only our bodies, but also the environment with plastics and the oceans.
And Sunil, any comment from you with regarding to plastic?
Well, we, after kidney transplant, we generally advise against, bottled water. It's best to really just boil your own water and drink that. That's probably better one.
And my advice, Sharron, is always use bottle containers. Even if you got anything in the fridge that you use in plastic containers, remove them, put them in the glass containers. Is much safer, much better. If you are in a tropical climate, your plastic is being beat down with the sun heat. You don't know what you are consuming. So go for bottled containers. Back to origin, it's much beautiful. Sharron, before we go to Kirit and we formally call Rajiv Sharron again, can you tell the viewers the next few episodes that are coming at Healing Our Earth so the viewers can be ready, and those who want to contribute, then maybe contact to us. So here we go. Next week,
women's self-care. Men are invited too. We have to learn not only how to take care of ourselves, but our men need to learn how to take care of us, because we're taking care of you all the time. So we have women's self-care, Healthy Women, Happy Communities, Sunday, 17th March, 2024. Then after that, yes, Ayurveda special, including Holi session, which is always so much fun. I don't know if we can throw the color at the screen, and the Ayurveda special, we've been in touch with Dr. Donata here in the US, and she's a wonderful, very, very experienced woman. And so it's going to be a wonderful special. We always learn so much. Ayurveda for one health, Ayurveda for everyone, every day.
And Sharron, as he says, including a holy session. Amrita, is it Dwarika we are going or Mathura we are going for?
Yes, we are moving to Mathura to share the holy colors and to know more about the celebration of holistic health and Holi, how people celebrate Holi. And then we can discuss more about the cultural aspect in relation to health and healthy living.
Really awesome. And Sharron, after that.
See, health, integrated health, transforming healthcare. That's on the 31st of March. And integrated health, we bring people, doctors, practitioners, healers from many different traditions together to discuss what can we all do? How can we help heal?
And Sharron, we would like to remind everybody that globally the world time changes now, because we are coming to summer time. So from GMT time, which is Greenwich Mean Time, because this is stemmed from London, we will turn into British summertime on Sunday, 31st. From there on, it will always be the British summertime. So watch out for your time in your country. Next, Sharron.
Then, yes, celebrating the 4th anniversary of Healing Our Earth. Sing, chant, bring your poetry, deliver a message. Tell us about the impact of being a part of this incredible family throughout the world. And let's join each other in love and joy and beauty. Free global online session, the 7th of April. And today we just changed our time here in the US. So we just went into our summertime. Ram Navami special. Celebrate with bhajans, kirtans, and more. Yes. Oh, that will be so much fun. Sunday, the 14th of April, 2024. Join us. Bring your bhajans, bring your kirtans. Let's celebrate. And then, yes, vegan vegetarian kitchen, always a very popular presentation, achieving good health gastronomically. And join us on the 21st of April and learn some incredible recipes from our Ayurvedic cooks and Italian cooks and Brazilian cooks and Chinese cooks and everyone we bring who loves vegan vegetarian food.
And on this occasion, Sharron, we will be visiting East Africa, where our producer Seema will be there in Nairobi, bringing the local delicacies and sharing vegan, vegetarian, sattvic food as well. And Kirit, now let us welcome our dynamic Rajiv Saran, who has been there with us. And then later we'll go to Sharron, who has got a nice tavish and a qigong way of how you can improve your kidneys. So over to you, Kirit, Amrita, and Rajiv, Sharron.
Just wanted to kind of give Dr. Shafi, who's been on us with us he's done some excellent work around videos that we've done for different Hindu and Sikh communities. So I just want to give him 2 minutes to just introduce Dr. Shafi, because he's done some excellent education work, and he's also one of our Saha advisors. So Dr. Shafi, just unmute yourself and just and you've done some work in Saudi as well. So just for a couple of minutes, just to share some of the work you've been doing, that'd be great.
No, thanks for the invite, and apologies. I've been in and out due to competing family priorities, as you can imagine. However, I mean, I think I agree with most of the points that have been raised during the meeting. I guess right from what Rajiv was saying about health screening and Sunil talking about transplantation. So I think the entire healthcare pathway, there are inequalities that need to be addressed, and moreover, I think it's the disengagement from our communities, because as in the NHS and similarly in other healthcare systems, screening tools are available, but it's about people actually engaging with healthcare and coming forward, right from research participation to healthcare screening and health risks. And there's a lot of mistrust in the system. So I think it's about tackling all of those different barriers at each individual time points. And I think all of those are key priorities for our communities. And when I worked in the Middle East trying to develop a transplant program, the same kind of barriers exist. And I think there's a lot of shared learning between all the different healthcare systems, right from India to the US to the Middle East to the UK. So many of the barriers are actually quite common, because there's a lot of interplay between faith and cultural factors, as we probably know. So there's a lot of shared learning, and I think bringing people from different healthcare systems into such a global platform, I think is great, because we can share our experience and expertise in tackling some of these priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, thank you to Dr. Rajiv, who's been with us throughout the session. He's also one of our Rotary Club members as well. So Rajiv, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks. Am I being heard? Yes?
Yes.
All right. And my slides are visible to you, I take it?
Yes.
Can you see my slides? I'll put it on slide presentation.
Full
Do you
screen.
see the full screen now? Okay. So I've been tasked
Not
mainly
yet.
Oh,
Make it full presentation mode, please.
it is presentation mode. And I'm not sure why sometimes there's a latency before you. What do you see right now on the screen? Do you see the
Not
presentation?
not the presentation mode.
Oh, so you want me
Can
to
you
come?
reshare?
Yes.
Yeah, just reshare. Slideshow mode.
Yes. Hang on. So you're seeing both my slide and the next slide. Is that what you're seeing on the screen?
Yes, yes.
If you maximize the
You can
screen and just press click, it will just change.
Yeah, I did. I'm trying to do that and somehow I'm not able to. Okay.
Okay, just maximize the screen and you can go on the
Yes.
left panel.
I think I have to go to the share. Maybe I stop share first and then start all over again. Hang on.
So while Rajiv is doing that, Rajiv, what you do, you can just set it up at your end, see if it's working, because then what you share will be working. And
yes.
Just maximize the screen, and when you press the mouse on the screen, it will just go
Yeah,
automatically.
I'm actually doing that, but it's still not. It's still displaying both the next slide and my current slide. Is that right?
Yeah, you got the next slide and the current slide. That's fine. Even if it's that, just maximize. That'll be good enough.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to. Maybe I'm missing some icon here.
So if you look at the bottom, you see you've got, you got 194 slides.
No, I'm not going to show you all those. It's just the first 15 or 16 that I've put together for this presentation. So don't worry about that.
Okay, see if it's working offline first, and then we can do. Meanwhile, we can still chit chat with people.
Yeah, let me.
So that's fine. So Amrita, when we started earlier, we went to different people from India, and Indian statistics were so funny that the ratio between women to men was almost 80% or 85% to only 15% men who were contributing. Where in UK, I believe it's almost 40-60. So we need to redress that. And maybe whatever is working here, maybe we can share with them. So that could be something that is very useful that we should share. I think what was also interesting and exciting that we had, I think, 2 people on a second, I think one was on a double, as a double recipient.
Yes.
And
But it is really wonderful, a beautiful episode, I would say, and a lot of insight we have received from Dr. Rajiv and Dr. Sunil. And he had been talking, Dr. Sunil also added up a lot about the fortified cereals and the breads in relation to the vitamin stuff. And he had been also talking about why contaminated water and frizzly waters are not very well seated. In fact, it also brings up as a question to talk on heavy metals and consumption of heavy metals and waters and kidney diseases in relation to that, because many parts of the world, people have been complaining about kidney disorders related with water and water issues. So that also puts up a big question on are these facts also a lot
we've
to
got a
study?
list of. We have got a list of. Rajiv is back with vengeance, and he is now sharing exact thing that we want. Go ahead, Rajiv. We can see you.
Yes, my apologies.
Yes.
Yes. So that's my
No,
first
no
slide.
worries. We'll continue with the communication again. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Yes. Can you hear me okay again?
Yes.
Make sure. Okay. So I was tasked mainly with talking about chronic kidney disease awareness in the United States. So I'm going to limit my conversation to that, and I have only 15 minutes and now some less time than that. I work at the University of Michigan in nephrology and epidemiology, and I do surveillance of kidney disease for the United States, and I've done this for many years now. So chronic kidney disease, as Dr. Sunil Daga said, is a public health emergency. That's a very strong word. We just call it a public health priority that needs public health action plan. And this has been around, this urgency has been around since the early 2000s in the US, ever since the publication of guidelines related to kidney disease and the classification system for kidney disease. So it's nothing new, but this particular publication that was a call to action was the stimulus for the government here, as well as the CDC, to fund what was called the kidney disease surveillance system, or the chronic kidney disease surveillance system for the United States. And I've had the privilege and honor of being the lead investigator for this particular program for the last 17 years now, building it from ground up. It's different from the United States renal data system, which predominantly focuses on end-stage kidney disease, dialysis, and transplant. Had the privilege of leading that as well. But now I'm entirely focused on this particular program for chronic kidney disease. And the title of this is, we don't call it chronic kidney disease anymore. We call it kidney disease surveillance system, because we are also dealing with acute kidney diseases and a spectrum of disorders, really, which is not always chronic, but can become chronic over time. And we've also written the fact that this is not just tracking the disease, but also stimulating efforts at public policy and efforts at preventing kidney disease in America. One of the broad concepts that I wanted to highlight, and this is from a publication from one of our collaborators on this project, Dr. Laura Plantinga, published in 2010, is talking about why is raising awareness important. You know, what do we mean by awareness? Awareness is knowledge about the condition, but it's a complicated subject because it's not just patient or public awareness, it's also provider awareness, doctor awareness, other health system providers such as dietitians, social workers, and others. And then there's the community awareness. And what's happening today, of course, is the World Kidney Day. In light of World Kidney Day, we are trying to raise awareness in the general public about this condition. But all these, raising these awareness, facets of awareness, or different communities that are important to speak to, ultimately it has to improve communication between providers and patients and raise individual people's awareness that present to the health system and outside of it, and lead to, on the provider side, recognition of patients' kidney disease risk, and on the patient side, recognizing that they have a condition that is long-term, needs to be followed up, and should stimulate early testing for kidney disease. So it's this cartoon just tries to summarize the various facets of why it's so important to raise awareness early, so that we don't end up falling over the cliff with end-stage kidney disease. And more than half the patients in the United States used to present with this classic paradigm of the ship crashing, or presenting with the emergency room presentation in end-stage kidney disease, the end-stage 5 kidney failure, or end-stage kidney disease, ESKD. And that was happening more than half the time in case of kidney disease. It's become less often now. It's about a third of cases in the United States that present in the emergency room with end-stage kidney disease, even today. And so still there is a huge problem that needs to be solved. And in 2002, this CKD classification system came about, the early stages 1 and 2, 3A, 3B, stage 4 and 5. And for the most part, this was under the water. This was the proverbial iceberg phenomenon. And there was no formal definition before 2000. And finally, in 2002, the definition of kidney disease came about, which is abnormality of kidney structure or function present for at least 3 months with implications of health. And that's the simplest definition that they could come up with. I think it's a great definition. But then they subsequently refined that definition and further classified kidney disease based on its cause, the GFR, or the kidney function category, G1 to G5, and the amount of protein in the urine, if that were one of the metrics of kidney damage, which was most often present. And then this approach to kidney disease classification was promoted since 2012 by the same Kidney Disease Improving Global Outcomes international organization. They also came up with this complicated, not so complicated, but it looks more complicated than it is, the 5 stages of kidney function, less than 15, etc., going all the way up to greater than 90, and then 3 broad categories of the amount of albumin or the protein that we test for present in the urine, A1, A2, A3. And as you can see, it's a 5x3 grid, and then a heat map, if you like, or a heat table of different severity of kidney disease with higher and higher risk as you go to the bottom and to the right or towards the right, for risk of end-stage kidney disease or risk of cardiovascular disease or acute kidney disease, etc. So when the physician sees the patient, they need to do both tests. That's the big message here. They need to test the blood and the urine simultaneously or near simultaneously, and there are some practical issues related to that. But unless those 2 screening tests are done, it's very difficult to fully ascertain where the patient is or where the person lies in terms of their risk for progression or risk for future untoward events. So just some fast stats. Following that, much of this UK statistics have been covered already. So I'm going to focus on the US. More than 1 in 7 US adults. So it's more than 10% in the United States for adults. It's roughly 14.8%. So it's more than 1 in 7. And that amounts to about 35 or 37 million people among the adults are estimated to have chronic kidney disease, all the stages combined, not including stage 5 or end-stage kidney disease, which is a separate issue. And as many as 9 in 10 adults with kidney disease don't know that they have it, which is huge, even in the US at present. And even in those with severe CKD, stages 4 and 5, not yet on dialysis or not having received a transplant, 1 in 3 of them even don't know that they have kidney disease. Speaks to the silent, occult nature of kidney disease. Some more stats here. Age is one of the biggest risk factors. So as one grows older, one is at higher risk of developing kidney disease because kidney function does drop over time after the age of around 40, 45, starts to drop. Before that, it's relatively stable. Women have a higher prevalence, even in the United States, than men. This may be artifactual, this may not be true, but that's a controversial topic. African-American or the non-Hispanic Black population has among the highest risks for kidney disease. But as I mentioned, some minorities which are not even measured or depicted in these diagrams are the Native American and the Pacific Islander population, or the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander population, that have incidence rates higher than, or at least as high as African-American populations. The right side of this slide shows you some of the common causes, and diabetes, high blood pressure. They should also have obesity here as a risk factor for diabetes and high blood pressure. The glomerulonephritis, of which IgA nephropathy was one type, which used to be the most common cause of kidney disease in Asia and Southeast Asia. Other causes, which includes polycystic kidney disease as an important other cause. There are many patients with kidney disease where the cause is never ascertainable. Kidney disease of unknown origin is another big one. As Sunil mentioned, there's a plethora now of treatment options, which is great news. It's exciting times to be a nephrologist because you now have many therapeutic bullets in your armamentarium, so you can escalate them sequentially. But coming to the point of awareness of kidney disease, most of the times we have been able to measure awareness using national data in the US among adults with CKD stages 3 to 5. So slightly more advanced disease. Very early disease, awareness is very low. So we won't be looking at the graphs related to that. But I'm going to show you some hard data from 2000, roughly from 2000, for the last 20 years or so, just pre-pandemic. This survey was not conducted during 2020. This is a national survey, a random sample of the United States. And it shows you that for stages 3 to 5, which is somewhat more advanced disease, awareness has was constant between 2001 to 2012, but then has taken off, and awareness is rising in the US finally for these stages of kidney disease. Quite a significant, I might say, increase, but only about a quarter of patients with kidney disease stages 3 to 5 are now aware. And different parts of the US may have differences in their local statistics. Those with stages 4 and 5, the advanced stages shown here, are more likely to be aware. Those with less severe stages are far less likely to be aware. Stage 5 here, the sample is very small, so it's hard to comment. But stage 4, up to stage 4, the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey is fairly reliable in terms of its data. And this dotted line shows you, the dashed line shows you the overall awareness. And the other colored lines are different stages of CKD. CKD stage 3A, as you can see, is the lowest awareness. This is the time people should really know that they have kidney disease. And by the time it's stage 3B and 4, it's already getting pretty late because complications are beginning to happen. Not just the risk of end stage, but cardiovascular disease and other premature complications like anemia and bone disease associated with kidney disease. Here is with age, as one grows older, one tends to become more aware of underlying kidney disease because of greater exposure to healthcare. Men are more aware of kidney disease than women. Now, this disparity could be real. Despite there being higher prevalence of kidney disease among women, there is lower awareness of kidney disease. So that may be a gap in practice that needs to be corrected. But men tend to be more aware. And this could also be because men have more severe kidney disease and they present or they are progressing faster. So this could be confounded by the nature of the condition affecting them. I think this is by race and ethnicity, Black African-American versus the white population here broadly. We don't have very good data on South Asian and other minorities in the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, but we are endeavoring to get more data on those populations through other data sources. If you're diabetic, you're more likely to be aware that you have underlying kidney disease, although only in about, it's just gone up to about 30%. So if only 30% of diabetics who have kidney disease are aware of it, that tells you that even when you have this important comorbid condition, that testing is inadequate and people are not realizing that they have kidney disease early on. Same for hypertension. There's a line missing here, but for hypertension also the same is true, and it's even less frequent. Testing for kidney disease is even less frequent among those that have hypertension, which is such a common condition in the general population. So awareness is low, certain groups more than others, later stages slightly higher than earlier stages. And so there is a clear case for early detection and treatment. And a recent publication in Kidney International from Schlipak, from KDIGO group, have clearly laid out how and who should be screened, what should be done. And they posit a good case for screening patients with people with kidney disease very early on. And in fact, there have been subsequent publications that suggest that there may be a role for universal screening in this day and age when obesity, diabetes, and hypertension are so common in the general population, that there may be that it may be cost effective finally, because there are so many good treatments available. It may be cost effective also. I've only seen one study that clearly documents that. So in summary, while very low, still quite low, awareness of kidney disease in the US has risen in recent times, particularly since the publication of the KDIGO guidelines. There may be some correlation with that. Individuals with more advanced disease, men, minorities, and those with comorbid conditions are more likely to be aware. And it's clearly important to raise awareness through multiple channels, as was being discussed in earlier conversations here, not only among patients, but also among providers. Many providers don't pay attention to kidney disease. Primary care, they've got so many conditions to take care of. Kidney disease is one of them, and they are not yet in tune to test these people early. And also among payers need to be made more aware. One of the hardest nut to crack in the US is people, the insurance payment system. They say, why should we pay for this? Why is it so important? So we have to really talk to payers. and clearly we have to talk to policymakers. For dialysis, it was very different. In the Congress, they dialyzed a patient right in front of all the entire Congress, and everybody saw what it meant to be on dialysis to save lives. So they made dialysis universally available. That's one condition that's covered by universal health coverage if you reach that stage in the US, which is very unfortunate that it's only for that condition. So detection in early stages of kidney disease, clear patient-physician communication can help raise awareness and ensure that so many now effective interventions are received in a timely fashion. And the prospect of end-stage or advanced disease or complications, premature complications of the disease, and its comorbid conditions are delayed and sometimes even cured. So I should acknowledge the CDC for the funding that we received for the project. This is not pharma funded. This is not industry funded. It's all government funded work. And obviously, all that I've said is my opinion based on the data that I've shown you and does not represent the official position of the CDC or the US Department of Health and Human Services. So I thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. You have shown so much of light on these aspects of that. So I come to my final question before we take over with Sharron. As you talked about the pyelonephritis, so what is your take? And then I would like to know your opinion from Dr. Sunil as well about the urinary tract infections and pyelonephritis leading to this kind of maybe acute kidney disease or in relation to that. So over to you.
Yeah, I'll say two things related to infections being as a risk factor for kidney disease. And pyelonephritis is certainly one type of infection that directly affects the urinary tract. So it's a very important condition for that reason. During the days in the past, when infections were the more prevalent condition or chronic, or society was deeply affected by infectious diseases, a lot of the kidney disease was as a result of either glomerulonephritis due to IgA nephropathy, which IgA is the antibody that the body produces when there is exposure to mucosal infections through our gut, through our lung, infections in the lung, infections in the gut, repeated episodes, raises the production of IgA in these areas. And abnormal IgA molecules get deposited in the kidney that damage the kidney. So IgA nephropathy used to be the most common. Worm infestations were rampant. So in the past, there were infectious disease in general was the more common cause of kidney disease. This was true till about 20 to 30 years ago. In China and India and other Southeast Asian countries, this was very true. The commonest cause of kidney disease would be infectious and glomerulonephritis. Pyelonephritis is a special case because in children, you can have disorders of the urinary tract where there's reflux, meaning the valves at the junction of the ureters that drain from the kidney into the bladder. If they are defective for any reason, the urine from the bladder keeps going upwards. It doesn't always progress down. There's free backflow, intermittent backflow, and even in utero, in the mother's womb, the kidneys start to get damaged from that reflux, and even in the developing kidney. And when children, then when they are born, these children, when they are born after birth, they continue to have recurrent urinary tract infections as one of their major clinical manifestations. Even as they grow, the urinary tract tries to develop further, valves tend to improve in their function, but this continues, and it can sometimes be associated with obstructive kidney disease. So infection, obstruction, congenital anomalies, and pyelonephritis tend to be more common in children and can progress and cause end-stage kidney disease at an early age. Now, women are in general more prone to urinary tract infections because of the shorter urinary tract, and that's repeated urinary tract infections can affect the bladder. Now, if there's no anatomical abnormality in the urinary tract, these repeated infections rarely cause kidney disease. They remain localized to the bladder and the lower urinary tract, and unless these infections, say if the person is immunocompromised, travel up to the kidney and cause more pyelonephritis, which is a serious infection of the kidney itself, kidney substance itself, instead of just the draining tubes, then one becomes more prone. Recurrent pyelonephritis is a cause of kidney disease or kidney failure eventually. But that's far less a consequence of the run-of-the-mill urinary tract infections that occurs in the general population. Men certainly have less frequent urinary tract infections. So that's as much as a pregnancy, of course, is a special state where urinary tract infections tend to be more common. And if a woman is having preeclampsia or hypertension during pregnancy and also has urinary tract infections, it's a double whammy. They'll be more prone to future risk of kidney disease. But I'll stop there, and certainly Sunil should feel free to add to that response.
No, that was explained really well, Rajeev. The only thing I would say is sometimes the reflex may not necessarily cause urinary tract infections. It may be subtle history in Amrita, like bedwetting, despite growing older. So we see patients presenting with no infections, but in adulthood, chronic kidney disease. And when you scan the kidneys, they got scar, etc., which suggests that this is chronic pyelonephritis. And the only history we get is bedwetting. So all I would say is, if there is somebody in the house who's bedwetting prolonged period despite training, etc., you must seek help early. And it's really important to get that early stage. Sometimes, they need corrective surgery, but often it's just, education and prevention infection, that sort of things could help. So yeah, that's all I'll add, Raju, but brilliantly covered.
Thank you. But
thank you.
Amrita, let's move on to Sharron, and then we can chit-chat a bit later. Sharron, your comments, and give us a bit of Taoist and a Qigong way of how we can improve our kidney in the holistic way. And then maybe we can talk a bit of question and answer type. So Sharron, over to you. Thank you.
Hello, namaste. Always a pleasure to be with you. The kidney's principal role from Chinese medicine standpoint is to store and release Jing. Jing translates to essence, vital energy. It represents the fundamental energy or the life force, Shakti, I would call it, inherited from our parents at the time of conception. Think of it like the genetic blueprint that shapes our existence. Jing resides within the kidneys, and its finite nature governs our growth, development, and reproductive capabilities. It's both inherited from one's parents, that is the so-called pre-heaven essence, and acquired via food and various forms of stimulation like exercise or study, called the post-heaven essence. The kidneys are the root of pre-heaven essence, which can be compared to Chinese medicine version of DNA. So Jing is considered the original energy substance that gradually depletes throughout life until as we age and eventually die. In early Chinese medical texts, Jing is compared to the roots of a tree. Jing gives shape and substance to our body and connects us to our ancestors through the genetic code. It is considered the root of our vitality, the foundation of human life, the substance that forms our blood and all bodily fluids, and influences our innate health. Taoists always strive to preserve the Jing in order to reach the heights of longevity. When a practitioner learns to consolidate Jing, they can build a solid foundation for health and powerful inner development. The kidneys are associated with the negative emotion of fear and the positive emotion of gentleness and kindness. When we consider how close the adrenal glands, as Amrita said, are to the kidneys, the connection with fear makes sense. The adrenals trigger the fight or flight instinct. Too much stress for too long can deplete our kidney energy and leave us stuck in this cycle of fear. The kidneys are also considered to be the root of yin and yang for all other organs and all the yin and yang energies of the entire body. It also controls body water metabolism. The kidneys store this jing, this essence. They govern birth, growth, development, and reproduction. They rule water. The kidneys produce marrow and control the bones. They control and promote the reception of qi, life force energy. They open into the ears. They control the lower orifices. They manifest in the hair. They house our willpower. They are the gates of life, and they are affected clearly by fear. What happens when this kidney energy, this qi, is out of balance? In traditional Chinese medicine, signs of low kidney energy, kidney qi deficiency is what it's called, may include low energy, dark circles under the eyes, poor sleep, a tendency to be fearful, cold hands and feet, and low libido. So I'd like to bring forth a practice from the 6 healing sounds. This practice, in the Taoist tradition, positive and negative emotions are associated with the internal organs. One of the keys to good health is to become aware of the emotional energies that reside in the organs and to transform the negative emotional energies into positive virtues. The Taoists believe that we are all born with the virtues of love, gentleness, kindness, respect, honesty, fairness, justice, and righteousness. Unfortunately, as we mature and encounter more stress, and these days are very stressful in our daily lives, the negative emotions such as fear, anger, cruelty, impatience, worry, sadness, and grief often predominate. These negative emotions have deleterious effects on the internal organs and glands, draining our qi, our life force, our shakti, and undermining our health. And before I teach this little practice for the kidneys, what are good, the foods that are good from Chinese medicine perspective to help the kidneys are goji berries. It's an important therapeutic food in Chinese medicine, also used in herbal kidney tonics in traditional Chinese medicine. They're traditionally taken to strengthen the kidneys, balance yin and yang, and invigorate jing, plus relieve fatigue when kidney yang is deficient. Also, walnuts are thought to strengthen the kidneys and consequently to relieve fatigue and frequent urination, improve men's sexual function, maintain fluid levels in the intestines to support bowel regularity and promote longevity. Pine nuts are also good. Also grapes, raisins, and sultanas. They promote the formation of body fluids and therefore to help relieve symptoms of fluid imbalance, including fluid retention, dry mouth, and excessive thirstiness. And raisins and sultanas really help to strengthen the kidneys and liver. Also, rice is nice for the kidneys. So those are a few foods. In the Tao, emotional intelligence is a process of recognizing emotions by their effects on the body and employing exercises that transform the negative emotions into positive life force or qi. So there are two actually very important exercises for this that were brought forth by many teachers. I particularly learned them from Master Mantak Chia, Grandmaster Mantak Chia. One is called the 6 healing sounds. And it's based on the concept that the 5 major organ systems can be stimulated by sound and visualization. When correctly stimulated, the organs will vent and cleanse themselves, cooling themselves down and ridding themselves of toxins. So the kidneys in traditional Chinese medicine are associated with water, the water element, the north, and the color black. From the emotional perspective, the kidneys hold fear, trauma, despair, terror, and panic. Transform these emotions, become calmness, tranquility, gentleness, and quietude. So from that introduction, I want to teach the healing sound for the kidneys. So let's take a moment and focus inward and really feel into our bodies. Feel our feet on the ground, firmly on the ground, spine straight. Take a few deep breaths. And then we're going to rub our hands together and feel that heat, feel the chi. We call that the chi, feel the chi. And then you're going to put your hands on your kidneys and feel that warmth go into your kidneys. And then we're going to look left and right 21 times into our kidneys. So close your eyes and just focus on your kidneys. And so we'll start now. We're going to look 21 times right and left. And as you're looking into your kidneys, this first round, what we're going to do is we're going to focus on your actual physical kidneys. And with your mind's eye, maybe with your third eye, the one that sees in dreams and in other dimensions, we're going to look and see if you see any darkness, the vitality of your kidneys, how do they feel? Like sink your consciousness into your kidneys and just feel what's going on there. As your eyes are looking left and right into your kidneys. And then we're going to bring our hands around and clasp them together over our knees. Let's see if I can here like this. And we're going to sound the sound, not loudly, just feel and feel it, send it into your kidneys and allow that sound to vibrate your kidneys. As you do that, you're going to release any negative energy in the kidneys, any pain. Just let that go. Let that go out from your mouth into the earth. Mother Earth receives this energy and transmutes it. So let's do this. Bring your hands around your knees and around your back a little so you really feel your kidneys. And we'll take a breath. And let any kind of pain, any kind of uncomfortable feeling, let it release, release, release out of your kidneys. Let's do that. Let's do another one. Sometimes we see that energy as like smoke, release any kind of toxins energetically, psychologically. And then think about this at the base of the center of the earth. All of this energy comes in and is transmuted like the metaphor of the lotus flower. And you feel this golden light, the transmuted energy, negative energy, come in to your feet and then up through your legs, through your bones, all the way up through your thighs, and then to your spine. Golden light, health, wealth, joy, coming up all the way up your spine and wrapping around your bones, down through your arms, up, up through your head so that your body is filled with nourishing golden light. Take that light in. Then we rub our hands together again, second round. Feel that chi, feel that warmth. And back onto your kidneys. And this time we're going to do the same thing, looking left and right. But we're going to see, so as you're looking left and right into your kidneys, any situations in your life that cause you fear, or any person that cause you fear. And as you're looking left and right, that left and right motion of the eyes will be deleting that fear. So left and right, think of any situation and just, in a certain sense, detach and just see it in front of you and just let it go. Let it go, let it go. As your eyes go left and right, looking deeply into your kidneys. And now again, we'll wrap our hands together around our knees and sound. And imagine all of that fear, all of that negativity just coming out from your body, down into the earth. Let it go. All these situations, any kind of situation, whether it's in yourself, in the world, in your friends, just let it go. You can do this for other people too. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Take a few deep breaths and just let all that emotional trauma, all that fear just go down into the earth, where our mother, the earth, will bring it all together like the golden elixir of life, where think of like all this coming into a tiny ball of dark energy that the earth then transmutes into gold, into a diamond, into beautiful radiant energy, which then comes out and come up through the earth into your feet, then all the way up through up into your knees, into your thighs, into your spine, and then traveling this golden light of chi, of shakti, of life force coming up and wrapping all around your bones, down your arms, and up through your head, and then pouring out into all your tissues, every cell of your body. Feel that golden radiance bringing you new energy, transmuting that fear into a sense of quietude and tranquility. Then we do it one more time. So rub your hands together, get them warm, feel the chi, bring them back onto your kidneys. Now this time you're going to look into your brain, left and right, and you're going to be deleting any thoughts of fear, of pain, of suffering. Just let them go as you look left and right. We're deleting that from our consciousness, letting go of those thoughts that drive us crazy. Let that go. Just look right, left and right, left and right. Also, you can feel from your hands this heat, this healing chi going into your kidneys. left and right, left and right. Letting go of the thoughts that affect the emotions, that affect the physical, all that connection. Let those thoughts go. And then one more time, bring your hands around onto your knees. Stretch so that you really feel your kidneys. And we're going to sound. And let all those thoughts go. Let that energy go down into the earth. And the earth will compost it and turn it into this golden light that once again comes up into your feet, up into your calves, into your knees, up to your thighs, into your pelvis, and all the way up your spine. We could call it Kundalini energy too, coming up, 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 and into your heart, and then out through your arms, and then up through all your neck and all your vertebrae surrounding your head. And that from that place, put your hands once more on your kidneys, and we're going to smile to the kidneys. It's called the inner smile. So you smile to your kidneys, and from your heart, imagine that this blue light surrounds, this light of healing, this blue associated with water, so imbues and surrounds and pervades your kidneys, and even not only your physical kidneys, but out into your light body, into your energy body. So this light, this blue light, it's not just your kidneys, but also your bladder. So you see this light, this blue light pervading your kidneys, your bladder, and out, maybe like right now, like a foot from your body. And that's the healing sound for the kidneys. And I learned it. I went to interview Mantak Chia for this Quantum Chi film. He was my first interview. And I said to him, this was a film, I was started as a film about the energy body, about the light body. I said, well, how do you build your light body? And he said, this is the practice. Because each organ has a different sound, a different color that's generated. And yeah, maybe this is how you build your Anandamaya kosha too. So,
Beautiful. Yeah, that plays a very important role on how our mind moves, how we hold the traumas, and its connection with the Muladhara chakra and the Swadhisthana chakra, what you call about the sensitive parts of the body that hold your emotions. And that's what Dr. Sunil and Dr. Rajiv have been pointing out about stress and the metabolic disorders and some unexplained kidney disorders which cannot be ruled out why that happened. And so probably a lot of modalities on the holistic way, and as a lot of surveys from their end has also proved that lifestyle changes, working on oneself, about the mental conditions also have a dramatic role to play in all these things. So wonderful. Kirit ji, your comments, it was a wonderful episode and a wonderful session. Before we take up Neil ji's comments and move to Lakshmi ji, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think this has been a wonderful session. The family is growing. We're getting more and more people with expertise. And I think what we've got to do is, from Healing Our Earth, we take these expertise and we kind of develop a real good, solid foundation for programs in across the globe, really. So I think that's, and I think kidney disease is something that we have to also manage and raise awareness of, as already highlighted. So that's all I'm going to say. I'd like to thank all of the presenters, people, Himali Ben, Prashant Bhai, and also Anil Ji for his, journey, for his personal journey around, kidney, being a donor for his brother. And finally, to the three experts, Dr. Sunil, Dr. Rajiv, and also Dr. Shafi. So, and thank you for excellent hosting as well.
Thank you, Kirit Bhai. That was really wonderful. Before you move, Nilkumar, your comments, and then we move over. Thank you.
So after hard facts and all the experts coming, Sharron came with holistic approach. So I think together we are integrated health. We are bringing facts. We are bringing health as per requirement. So you can have a professional help there. And then now everybody has agreed that together with normal health care through the GPs and doctors and hospitals, holistic approach also helps because people can actually feel that they are able to be part of the community. They are not just discarded. They are not just a number and told, okay, you've got 5 years left. Well, we can make the 5 years very beautiful, and 5 can be turned into 6 years. So, you get bonus, 20%, 30%, whatever it is. And it's so nice that we had a UK perspective and data, and at the other end, across the Atlantic, Rajiv came with his knowledge of the stuff. So I think together, if we grow a family, we can formulate a plan that can help general society to recover faster, to trace faster, to be bold enough to take care before it deteriorates. The important thing is over here is to take care before it worsens. Maybe even see if we can get tips how we can improve our kidney before it gets worse. Like one of the doctors says that with age, you have got good chances that your kidney will not be that much of a performer. So if you are over 60 and 70, then, so I would like to, I want to go back to Sunil and Rajiv with some tips. Before that, our president of Hindu Forum Europe, Lakshmi Vyas, who is a senior team member at Healing Our Earth, where we try to outreach the European communities as well. Lakshmiji, what are your thoughts of when you entered, what you felt, what Sunil and Rajiv, because you were there at that session, and then from a holistic point of view about Sharron, who has got very much affinity to Indian culture, but is a mainstream person there in Colorado. What do you feel? Did you feel that these kind of sessions were helping you, although you are not suffering from kidney, but it can help you to help the wider community because you are the president of Hindu Forum of Europe? Over to you, Lakshmiji.
Global namaste to all of you.
Global namaste.
It was wonderful listening to Dr. Sunil and Dr. Rajiv ji. Both of you gave very detailed and immense information about the chronic kidney problems of people from all over the different parts of the world. And the points that you put in were very good. At the same time, I have some questions also, and I would also like to thank Sharron for her wonderful yoga or meditation or whatever you call it. It was too good, and it was a little physical, and it gave us so much of energy. And so I think somebody will immediately feel very relaxed and very soothing. So. And thank you for that, Sharron. And once again to Rajiv ji and Sunil ji, some people ask questions like how much water you want to drink. A person with kidney problem, how much water should they drink? And should they drink hot water or cold water? Can they drink coffee? Why do they yawn? A lot of them keep on yawning, and the number of questions that come up. So if you can just enlighten one or two, it'll be I'm happy. And once again, I appreciate both of you for your input. Thank you.
Sunil, go ahead, you first, and then we go to Rajiv.
Well, I'll answer the water, and then Rajiv can take the coffee question. So in terms of water intake, it really depends on your stage of kidney disease and what other long-term health conditions you have. So it's not going to be one answer for all. If you're otherwise healthy and just kidney conditions, then I would suggest 2 liters a day of liquid is good, and that liquid consists of water. Of course, if you have heart failure, if you got water retention and fluid overload, then I would not say 2 liters. So it is individualized. But if you don't have any other health issues, then 2 liters is what I would suggest.
So, Nick, can you get water poisoned?
Sorry, say again?
Can you get water poisoned?
Well, I mean, if you drink crazily like 10 liters, 12 liters, then yes, it can have detrimental effect. But if you have a working kidneys, it can cope to a lot of extent that people can abuse themselves. Like 4 or 5 liters, kidney will be okay. But of course, if you go into 10 liters, then you'll have lots and lots of issues with electrolytes, the sodium levels, etc. So essentially, 2 liters is what we would say, but also depends on the temperature outside. If you're exercising, it's quite a complex thing. So there's not one answer, I'm afraid, but generally 2 liters a day.
Okay, 2 liters a day, Lakshmi ji. If you are in a hot country, if you have exercised and you feel dehydrated, then you will notice that you might have consumed 2.5 or 3 liters as well. Some of the African countries, Indian countries do require more than 2 liters, but it is safe within the region of 2 to 3 liters. If you want to go crazy and drink 10 liters on 5 days, then you will see that you might be going and visit upstairs much more faster. Rajiv, over to you. Coffee question and also your knowledge on water question.
Yeah, I think the water, Sunil has answered it adequately as far as I'm concerned. The only thing I would maybe amplify a little bit is we often don't talk about water consumption in our day-to-day encounter with kidney patients. We tend to talk more about the sodium or the salt intake and or the sugar intake and or the refined food intake, etc. So water, the body has a good way of regulating thirst generally, unless your thirst mechanisms are either damaged or being affected by medication intake or other conditions. Typically, the thirst mechanisms are sufficient to tell you how much to drink or not to drink. If you have kidney stone disease, you have to consciously drink more than 2 liters, preferably closer to 3 liters. So there are specific situations where you have to consciously get more liquids or water in you. But there is always, in a patient with kidney disease, especially in the later stages, there is a danger of over-diluting yourself and having side effects as a result of that, especially if you're taking other medications like pain medicines or medicines for neuropathy and such, or medicines for psychological conditions, antidepressants, and so on. So there are those situations, but in general, the body tends to have the thirst mechanisms are well regulated, and they will tell you how much to drink. So you will feel thirst. If you feel thirsty normally and you're doing more, then you need to drink more. There are no hard guidelines. Now, if you're chronically dehydrated, that's another question. So if you are an farm laborer who works out in the fields and gets exposure to dehydration, that's a specific situation. And the kidney disease that occurs in the tropics, so-called kidney disease of unknown etiology, unknown cause, it's being thought to be made worse by repeated episodes of dehydration in the fields, in the outdoors, and other occupations that expose you to high levels of heat. Say if you're working in a brick kiln or a furnace type of environment where there's ambient temperatures are very high, then you've got to consciously be allowed to drink more, and you should not be rehydrating yourself with, say, cola drinks or sugar-containing drinks, because they are more dehydrating with high sugar levels and so on. So there are exceptional situations, but by and large, 2 to 3 liters is good advice in temperate climates.
So effectively, Rajiv, listen to your body, and you feel thirsty, go for that glass of water. Maybe even if you feel that you are hungry, you might be thirsty, but you might think that you got hunger pang. Try at least say about 50 or 100 ml of water. One of the questions Lakshmi asked was, what temperature should one consume water at? Should it be lukewarm? Should it be over 40 degrees? Or should it be cold? I always recommend don't drink cold water. There are lots of non-benefits as opposed to benefits. What are your thoughts on temperature at which water should need to be consumed at?
I would say just, tepid, normal room temperature water is usually fine. I think people have and this time when I was visiting India, I noticed a lot of people offering warm water, especially in the south, to drink, and it felt very nice. It's kind of reassuring. It's like having a cup of tea. Sometimes they add mint leaves or something to it, which is great. I think it's very comforting to drink slightly warm water, and it's probably helps to relax you in other ways. But there's no medical recommendation.
Maybe it's better than gushing yourself with ice cold water, and your organs have to pump it up and bring it to temperature, so it comes to a body temperature. So maybe, as you say, at least a room temperature or slightly warmer may be more beneficial. Organs don't have to fight to bring it to a temperature. So there you are, Lakshmiji. Sorry, Rajiv, you wanted to say something?
No medical guidelines yet on this topic. I just want to caveat this by saying that there's no harm by drinking. If you like iced water, drink iced water if you like it. There's nothing harmful. No harm has been shown from drinking iced water in situations where you are thirsty, where you're allowed not to drink too much water. Then iced water can be relieving thirst more readily.
Yes, so if it quenches your thirst, maybe go for it. And Rajiv, while you were there, you still stayed around, and what did you think of Sharon's session from her alternative point of view? Did you feel, because you paid attention to what was going on, were you zoomed into it? Were you sort of into it when Sharon was doing her session?
Yes, I was following along, and I listened to her intently. The Tao philosophy, I'm not an expert in, but certainly it's very similar to ancient Indian yogic practices. But there's no doubt that there's a mind-body connection in most chronic illnesses, in almost all chronic illnesses. And the kidney, I'm glad that the Chinese think the kidneys are so important, or the ancient Chinese thought the kidneys are so important, because the kidneys typically have been neglected in medical history, and they've been ignored as an organ, but they're very central to life itself, because they regulate the composition of the 70% of the human body, which is water. So the composition of that water is critically dependent on what the kidney does. The heart gets more attention, of course, because of medical issues, pain, etc. But it is a very important organ, but it's a pump. It's not an intellectual organ, it's a pump. The kidneys are an intellectual part of the circulatory system. It thinks, it monitors, it regulates. If you drink too much water, it gets rid of it. If you drink too less, it retains it. It monitors chemicals in you. It sends messages to heart. It sends messages to the bone marrow, sends messages to the brain. So there's lots of blood pressure control. Centrally, it's controlled by the kidney. So there's a lot of, and hormonal functions. So the kidney has so many different functions. It's the intelligent organ of the circulatory. It sees most of the blood that has to pass through every minute, sees more blood flow than almost any other organ in the body per minute.
So effectively, Rajiv, what you're saying is a smart pump.
It's not just a pump. It's a smart, it's a regulatory organ of our body. Like it's very close to, in some ways, like the brain of the circulatory system.
Thank you. So love your kidney. If you love your kidney will love you back, and you will see the difference. Rajiv, just before we let you go, still stay around. Which state are you in the United States, please?
In Michigan.
Okay, say hello to Sharron, who is in Colorado. She is in Creston part of Colorado. Yes. And she will be in touch with you, because we are doing some outreaches there at Healing Our Earth. As you will say hello to Tanada in Texas as well. She's there. Tanada Kulkarni. She's the one who did the famous tapas Veda Mela. So she will also be bringing it into different states. So say hello to her. She's here. And maybe she can just say hello to you, because we like building community. We like introducing community. Then say hello to Rajiv Sharron, who is a kidney expert and epidemiologist in Michigan.
Global namaste to all. Global namaste to Rajiv ji. Very nice to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sunil, you were also paying attention to what Sharron was saying, did you feel what she was going through, and did you feel part of it? Was it an alternative, holistic thing because nowadays people do go to yoga, meditation, holistics. That was Chavish and a Qigong version of it, which Sharron leads for us in United States of America. What did you feel while she was going through her session?
Well, I certainly felt that it's a really nice.
Oh, Sunil is gone. I think he got cut. There is. Yes, Sunil is back.
Apologies.
Yes.
Hi. So I really thought that was such a fantastic way to focus on your kidneys. That's certainly what I thought. In terms of the healing power or what that, I guess we have to do a number of times to actually experience anything more than just, saying that this is a great way to actually focus on one of the most important organ of your body. So that's the honest opinion, Sharron. Yeah.
Thank you, Sunil. So Sharron, you are appreciated. Amrita.
Well, I'd like to say that I do, because there's not only the kidneys. We start with the lungs, then the kidneys, then the liver, then the heart, and then the stomach, spleen, and pancreas. And we have a hyperbaric chamber, and so I go in there, and I'm getting all this oxygen. I live at like 8,500 feet. I have pure water here in Crestone. But it's very invigorating. And I really do find that if I do these practices, even just like every day for a week, that my emotions really calm. And I think that that's a wonderful thing for us all these days. We really, the chaos out there is incredible.
And for those who don't know who Sharron is, she is our host and a coordinator in America. Her affinity to India is so well and so nice. Her favorite person that she first went to visit in India was Sitara Devi, the famous.
I lived with her. I lived with Sitara Devi.
Yes, she stayed with her. She learned from her. We are talking about several decades back. Sharron brought the talent back into America and she spread the word. So it's so beautiful to have alternative views with indigenous population of America, which is very good. Amrita, let us appreciate Pramod Mahajanji, who has been there since the start. He's the one who donated his kidney. So would you go ahead and interact with him and say thank him? He's speaking in Hindi. He's in Maharashtra state. Global Namaste, Pramod Mahajanji. Aapka dhanyawad. Aap yahan pe abhi bhi hai. Amrita, you can chit chat with him.
Yeah, thank you, Neil Kumar. प्रमोद महाजन जी, आप अभी भी सुन रहे हैं इस कार्यक्रम को, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नील कुमार, जो कि हमारे यहाँ के फाउंडर डायरेक्टर हैं हीलिंग आवर अर्थ के, वो आपको धन्यवाद कह रहे हैं और आपका सराहना कर रहे हैं कि आपने बहुत एक बढ़िया काम किया है मानवता के लिए और इसका एक उदाहरण आपने सभी के लिए रखा है और इतनी देर से आप बैठे हम सबको सुन रहे हैं, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हम आपको बार बार दोबारा आमंत्रित करेंगे, दोबारा किसी प्लेटफॉर्म पे फिर आप किसी एपिसोड में जरूर आइएगा, क्योंकि सिर्फ एक बलिदान आपने अपने ऑर्गन को शेयर करके नहीं, बल्कि मित्रता के तौर पे और मानवता के तौर पे भी दर्शाया है। तो एक बहुत ही अच्छा उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया है सभी के लिए, जो कि सभी के लिए बहुत ही प्रेरणा का स्रोत है। सो हम सबकी तरफ से धन्यवाद।
क्या बात है अमृता जी, आपकी हिंदी तो बड़ी स्पष्ट और शुद्ध है, but well done, we love it. Pramod ji is trying to speak, but I think his sound is not there, so we thank him wholeheartedly. What we are going to do now, Amrita, if you can formally close, and then we can have our private session. Kirit, another wonderful production from you. Kirit from Midlands, who is a lead for SAHA, South Asian Health Action. It's not just health action, it is a health appropriation as well. And Kirit actually travels different countries, is a lead part of Healing Our Earth as well. As Sunil, we welcome you once again. You know, you are such a humble person. And now we've got Rajiv as well, that the information that we are bringing and sharing and the community that we are building, hopefully can enhance our community and we can come forward more, and maybe organ donation will not become a taboo subject, will become a general subject, as much similar like popping paracetamol, and say, hey, fine, I can do it, I can give mine, I can talk about it, I'm not shy about it. So Kirit, well done, you are a wonderful producer, you're a humble guy, and in fact, it reflects on all the people you bring over here. Amrita, you can formally close now so we can stop streaming into our other channels and then we can just go private. So over to you, Amrita.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. I'd like to thank all the contributors, our experts, guests, as well as our viewers for sharing this love and so much of information. And I would like to also thank for your time as well as your expertise, all those who have done. Special thanks to Kirit Mistry ji as well as to Lal Goel ji for their wonderful contribution, for bringing such a wonderful episode guest to make this episode so vibrantly informative. We will be bringing you many other episodes like this from time to time every Sunday for you at your service, promoting help and heal thy life through various ways. So thank you so much for watching and joining us. Let's close by Gayatri Mantra. Om Om Bhurbhuva Swaha तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न